Hey everyone, this is an article by Matthew Bolton. It's titled Antisemitism in British, quote, New Liberalism, in the British, quote, New Liberalism movement, J.A. Hobson on Capitalism and Imperialism. Let's look up J.A. Hobson real quick. I'm going to read his Wikipedia page before I read the actual article. J.A. Hobson lived from 1858 to 1940, was an English economist and social scientist. Hobson is best known for his writing on imperialism, which influenced Vladimir Lenin, and his theory of underconsumption. Hobson's principal and earliest contribution to economics was the theory of underconsumption, a scathing criticism of Say's law and classical economics' emphasis on thrift. However, this discredited Hobson among the professional economics community, from which Hobson was ultimately excluded. Other early work critiqued the classical theory of rent and anticipated the neoclassical, quote, marginal productivity and, quote, theory of distribution. After covering the Second Boer War as a correspondent for the Manchester Guardian, Hobson condemned British involvement in the war and characterized it as acting under the influence of mine owners. In a series of books, Hobson explored the associations between imperialism and international conflict and asserted that imperial expansion is driven by a search for new markets and investment opportunities overseas. Commentaries on Hobson have noted the presence of anti-Semitic language and themes in his work, especially in his writing on the Boer War. Later, he argued that maldistribution of income resulted through oversaving and underconsumption in unemployment, and that the remedy was in eradicating the, quote, surplus by the redistribution of income by taxation and the nationalization of monopolies. Hobson opposed the First World War and advocated the formation of a world political body to prevent wars. Following the war, Hobson became a reformist socialist. Hobson was born in Derby in Derbyshire, the son of William Hobson, quote, a rather prosperous newspaper proprietor, end quote, and Josephine Atkinson. Hobson was the brother of the mathematician Ernest William Hobson. Early career. When Hobson relocated to London in 1887, England was in the midst of a major economic depression, while classical economics was at a loss to explain the vicious business cycles. London had many societies that proposed alternatives. While living in London, Hobson was exposed to the Social Democrats and H.M. Hyndman, Christian Socialist, and Henry George's single tax system. Hobson befriended several of the prominent Fabians who would found the London School of Economics, some of whom he had known at Oxford. However, none of these groups proved persuasive enough for Hobson. Rather, it was Hobson's collaboration with a friend, the businessman and mountain climber Albert F. Mummery, that would produce Hobson's contribution to economics, the theory of underconsumption, first described by Mummery and Hobson in the book Physiology of Industry, published in 1889. Underconsumption was a scathing criticism of Say's law and classical economics' emphasis on thrift. The forwardness of the book's conclusions discredited Hobson among the professional economics community. Ultimately, Hobson was excluded from the academic community. During the late 19th century, his works included Problems of Poverty, 1891, Evolution of Modern Capitalism, 1894, Problem of the Unemployed, 1896, John Ruskin's Social Reformer, 1898. They developed Hobson's critique of the classical theory of rent and his proposed generalized anticipation proposed generalization anticipated the neoclassical, quote, marginal productivity theory of distribution. Boer War and Imperialism. Soon after this period, Hobson was recruited by the editor of the newspaper, the Manchester Guardian, to be their South African correspondent. During Hobson's coverage of the Second Boer War, Hobson began to form the idea that imperialism was the direct result of the expanding forces of modern capitalism. Hobson believed the mine owners, led by Cecil Rhodes, wanted control of the Transvaal. Accordingly, he believed they manipulated the British into fighting the Boers so that they could maximize their profits from mining. His return to England was marked by his strong condemnation of the conflict. J.A. Hobson's publications during the next few years demonstrate an exploration of the associations between imperialism and international conflict. These works included War in South Africa, published in 1900, and Psychology of Jingoism, published in 1901. In what is arguably his magnum opus, Imperialism, published in 1902, Hobson espoused the opinion that imperial expansion is driven by a search for new markets and investment opportunities overseas. Imperialism gained Hobson an international reputation and influenced such notable thinkers as Vladimir Lenin, Leon Trotsky, and Hannah Arendt's The Origins of Totalitarianism, published in 1951. In a 1900 Political Science Quarterly article, Hobson challenged numerous moral justifications for imperialism, including the notion that, quote, less efficient races benefited from subordination to, quote, more efficient races. Hobson wrote for several other journals before writing his next major work, The Industrial System, published in 1909. In this tract, Hobson argued that maldistribution of income resulted through oversaving and underconsumption in unemployment, and that the remedy was in eradicating the, quote, surplus by redistribution of income by taxation and the nationalization of monopolies. First World War and later career. Hobson's opposition to the First World War caused Hobson to join the Union of Democratic Control. Hobson's advocacy for the formation of a world political body to prevent wars can be found in his piece Towards International Government, published in 1914. However, Hobson became staunchly opposed to the League of Nations. In 1919, Hobson joined the Independent Labour Party. This was soon followed by writings for socialist publications such as The New Leader, The Socialist Review, and The New Statesman. During this period, it became clear that Hobson favored capitalist reformation over communist revolution. Hobson was critical of the Labour government elected in 1929. Hobson's autobiography, Confessions of an Economic Heretic, was published in 1938. Commentary on Hobson, critical appraisal. R.H. Tawney wrote the following in The Acquisitive Society, published in 1920, quote, the greater part of modern property has been attenuated to a pecuniary lien or bond on the product of industry, which carries with it a right to payment, but which is normally valued precisely because it relieves the owner from any obligation to perform a positive or constructive function. Such property may be called passive property or property for acquisition or exploitation, or property for acquisition, for exploitation, or for power, ... It is questionable, however, whether economists shall call it, quote, property at all, and not rather, as Mr. Hobson has suggested, quote, improperty, since it is not identical with the rights which secure the owner the product of the owner's toil, but is opposite of them, end quote. R.H. Tawney. Vladimir Lenin in Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism, published in 1916, which was probably Lenin's most influential work on later Marxian scholarship, made use of Hobson's Imperialism extensively, remarking in the preface, quote, I made use of the principal English work, Imperialism, J.A. Hobson's book, with all the care that, in my opinion, that work deserves, end quote. Lenin. In the work itself, despite disagreeing with Hobson's liberal politics, Lenin repeatedly cites Hobson's interpretation of imperialism approvingly. For example, quote, we see that Kautsky, while claiming that Kautsky continues to advocate Marxism, as a matter of fact takes a step backward compared with the social liberal Hobson, who more correctly takes into account two, quote, historically concrete, end quote, features of modern imperialism. 1. The competition between several imperialisms, and 2. The predominance of the financier over the merchant, end quote. Lenin. Historians Peter Duignan and Louis H. Gahn argued that Hobson had an enormous influence in the early 20th century among people all around the world. Quote, Hobson's ideas were not entirely original, although Hobson's hatred of moneyed men and monopolies, Hobson's loathing of secret compacts and public bluster, fused all existing indictments of imperialism into one coherent system. Hobson's ideas influenced German nationalist opponents of the British Empire, as well as French Anglophones and Marxists. Hobson's ideas colored the thoughts of American liberals and isolationist critics of colonialism. In days to come, they were to contribute to American distrust of Western Europe and of the British Empire. Hobson helped make the British averse to the exercise of colonial rule. Hobson provided indigenous nationalists in Asia and Africa the ammunition to resist rule from Europe, end quote. And again, that's from Peter Duignan and Louis H. Gahn. Later historians attacked Hobson and the Marxist theories of imperialism Hobson influenced, notably John Gallagher and Ronald Robinson in their 1953 article, The Imperialism of Free Trade, argued that Hobson placed too much emphasis on the role of formal empire and directly ruled colonial possessions, not taking into account the significance of trading power, political influence, and informal imperialism. They also argued that the difference in British foreign policy that Hobson observed between the mid-19th century indifference to empire that accompanied free market economics and the later intense imperialism after 1870 was not real. Hobson believed, quote, colonial primitive peoples, end quote, were inferior. In Imperialism, Hobson advocated their, quote, gradual elimination, end quote, by an international organization, quote, a rational stripoculture in the wide social interest might, however, require repression of the spread of degenerate or unprogressive races, end quote. Such a plan could be implemented, according to Hobson, following approval by a, quote, international political organization, end quote. While it can be said the 1902 work reflected the social Darwinism trend of the time, Hobson left this section mainly unchanged when he published the third edition in 1938. New section, Antisemitism. Hobson's early works were critical of the impact of Jewish immigration and Jewish financiers. In the 1890s, Hobson argued that large-scale Jewish immigration from the Russian partition to Western Europe harmed the interest of native workers and advocated limitations on immigration. Writing on the South African War in South Africa, published in 1900, Hobson linked the impetus towards war to, quote, Jew power in South Africa and saw Johannesburg as a, quote, New Jerusalem. Hobson wrote that, quote, Jewish financiers, whom he saw as, quote, parasites, manipulated the British government and danced to their, quote, diabolical tune, end quote. According to history professor Norman Etherington, the section on financiers and imperialism seems irrelevant to Hobson's economic discourse and was probably included since Hobson truly believed it. Hobson was innovative in tying between 1898 and 1902 the concept of modernity, empire, and Jews together. According to Hobson, the international financiers influenced the government partially through Jewish press ownership in South Africa and London. Hobson's analysis was widely disseminated by those opposed to the war and received significant attention. Other contemporary anti-war writers alleged a mainly Jewish, quote, capitalist conspiracy, end quote, was taking place. Following Hobson's 1900 article, Capitalism and Imperialism in South Africa, labor leader Keir Hardie in February 1900 repeated the same message in paraphrased form, accusing, quote, half a dozen financial houses, many of them Jewish, end quote, of leading the UK to war. However, as the British working class tended to support the war in South Africa, Hobson's zeal in attacking, quote, Jew power in South Africa and manipulated by a secret, quote, racial confederacy, end quote, failed to attract popular support in Britain, though anti-alien sentiment continued to be an issue. Among commentators in continental Europe, in particular France and Germany, the alleged, quote, robbery committed by international Jewry, end quote, was frequently linked by right-wing anti-Semites to, quote, British imperialist piracy, end quote, during the Second Boer War. And here's a list of his Hobson's book-length works. Physiology of Industry, 1889, Problems of Poverty, 1891, Evolution of Modern Capitalism, 1894, Problem of the Unemployed, 1896, John Ruskin's Social Reformer, 1898, The Economics of Distribution, 1900, The War in South Africa, Its Causes and Effects, 1900, Capitalism and Imperialism in South Africa, 1900, Psychology of Jingoism, 1901, The Social Problem, Life and Work, 1901, Imperialism, A Study, 1902, International Trade, 1904, Canada Today, 1906, The Crisis of Liberalism, 1909, The Industrial System, 1909, A Modern Outlook, 1910, The Science of Wealth, 1911, An Economic Interpretation of Investment, 1911, Industrial Unrest, 1912, The German Panic, 1913, Gold Prices and Wages, 1913, Work and Wealth, A Human Valuation, 1914, Traffic and Reason, A Study in Political Parties, 1914, Towards International Government, 1915, Western Civilization, 1915, The New Protectionism, 1916, Labor and the Cost of War, 1916, Democracy After the War, 1917, Forced Labor National Council for Civil Liberties, London, 1917, 1920, Dips in the Near Future, 1917/1918, Taxation in the New State, Richard Cobden, The International Man, 1919, The Obstacles to Economic Recovery in Europe, 1920, The Morals of Economic Internationalism, 1920, The Economics of Repatriation, 1921, Problems of a New World, 1921, Work and Wealth, A Human Valuation, 1921, Incentives in the New Industrial Order, 1922, The Economics of Unemployment, 1922, Notes on Law and Order, 1926, The Living Wage, 1926, The Conditions of Industrial Peace, 1927, Wealth and Life, 1929, Economics and Ethics, 1929, Rationalization and Unemployment, 1930, God and Mammon, 1931, Poverty and Plenty, 1931, L.T. Hobhouse's Life and Work, 1931, The Recording Angel, 1932, Saving and Spending, Why Production is Clogged, 1932, From Capitalism to Socialism, 1932, Rationalism and Humanism, 1933, Democracy and a Changing Civilization, 1934, Veblen, 1936, Property and Improperty, 1937, Something in French, Confessions of an Economic Heretic, 1938. Okay, so thank you for that detour, but I think we got a nice little basis going for understanding the rest of this. Just real quick, also, Wikipedia says New Liberalism is a variant of social liberalism that emerged in Europe at the end of the 19th century. New Liberalism began in England, driven mainly by the politician and sociologist Leonard Trelawney Hobhouse, and theorized in his book Liberalism, published in 1920. It had reception within the Liberal Party of the United Kingdom, giving a rapprochement between it and the Labour Party on social issues. New Liberalism espoused economic reform to create welfare states and significant state intervention in corporate law and the overall economic health of a country, but also the, quote, importance of personal liberty in the face of encroachment by the state, end quote. Okay, now we can start. The, quote, New Liberalism movement emerged in the last decades of the 19th century as an attempt to reformulate the British liberal political and intellectual tradition to meet the new demands of modern industrial capitalist society. Led primarily by, quote, radical journalists and intellectuals, some acknowledged today to be among the founders of British sociology, the New Liberalism deemed inadequate the ideas of, quote, individualism and, quote, negative freedom, and that had hitherto dominated British liberalism. Leading new liberal figures such as Leonard Trelawney Hobhouse and John Atkinson Hobson argued that the new conditions of industrial capitalism called for a systemic program of positive state intervention in order to remedy social ills and provide the conditions through which individuals could realize their self-development. And Wikipedia for Leonard Hobhouse says, Leonard Trelawney Hobhouse lived from 1864 to 1929 and was an English liberal political theorist and sociologist who has been considered one of the leading and earliest proponents of social liberalism. Leonard Hobhouse's works, culminating in his famous book Liberalism, 1911, occupy a seminal position within the canon of New Liberalism. Leonard Hobhouse worked both as an academic and a journalist and played a key role in the establishment of sociology as an academic discipline. In 1907, Hobhouse shared with Edward Westermarck the distinction of being the first professor of sociology to be appointed in the United Kingdom at the University of London. He was also the founder and first editor of the Sociological Review. His sister was Emily Hobhouse, the British welfare activist. Back to the text. Hobson extended his, quote, productivist analysis of domestic capitalism to the international sphere, formulating one of the first economic analyses of imperialism. The result was a novel form of, quote, progressivism, a radical strain of thought that placed the question of the, quote, social at the center of the liberal project. The influence of new liberalism's reorientation of the liberal approach to the state and capitalism has been profound. Its central theme, that the nation-state should actively intervene in market relations to secure the social and moral harmony of the productive community living within that state's borders, constructing a protective barrier against the threats posed by unproductive or parasitical elements both at home and abroad, lay the groundwork for the moralistic critique of capitalism centered on the nation-state that has dominated much of the liberal and socialist left ever since. The development of the British welfare state by the Liberal and Labour parties across the 1930s and 1940s owed much to the framework established by Hobhouse, Hobson, and their followers. As such, leading Labour politicians and left intellectuals have regularly paid homage to their new liberal forebears across the party's history. Tony Blair extolled Hobhouse and Hobson's, quote, bridge between liberalism and socialism as prefiguring New Labour's, quote, third way. And Wikipedia says, New Labour is the political philosophy that dominated the history of the British Labour Party from the late 1990s to 2010 under the leadership of Tony Blair and Gordon Brown. The term originated in a conference slogan first used by the party in 1994, later seen in a draft manifesto which was published in 1996, titled New Labour, New Life for Britain. It was presented as the brand of a newly reformed party that had altered the old Clause 4, which stressed nationalization, and instead endorsed market economics. The branding was extensively used while the party was in government between 1997 and 2010. New Labour was influenced by the political thinking of Anthony Crosland and the leadership of Blair and Brown, as well as Peter Mandelson and Alastair Campbell's media campaigning. The political philosophy of New Labour was influenced by the party's development of Anthony Giddens' Third Way, which attempted to provide a synthesis between capitalism and socialism. The party emphasized the importance of social justice rather than equality, emphasizing the need for equal opportunity, and believed in the use of markets to deliver economic efficiency and social justice. The New Labour brand was developed to regain trust from the electorate and to portray a departure from the party's traditional socialist policies, thereby communicating the party's modernization to the public. However, it was criticized for its breaking of election promises and of loosening its links to the trade unions. Calls for modernization had become prominent following Labour's heavy defeat in the 1983 general election, with the New Labour leader, Neil Kinnock, who came from the party's soft-left Tribune group of Labour MPs, calling for a review of policies that led to the party's defeat and for improvements to the party's public image to be made by Peter Mandelson, a former television producer. Following the leaderships of Neil Kinnock and John Smith, the party under Tony Blair attempted to widen its electoral appeal under the New Labour tagline, and by the 1997 general election, it had made significant gains in the middle class, resulting in a landslide victory. Labour maintained this wider support at the 2001 general election and won a third consecutive victory in the 2005 general election for the first time ever in the history of the Labour Party. However, the party's majority was significantly reduced from 4 years earlier. In 2007, Blair resigned from the party leadership after 13 years and was succeeded by his Chancellor of the Exchequer, Gordon Brown. Labour lost the 2010 general election, which resulted in the first hung parliament in 36 years and led to the creation of a conservative Liberal Democrat coalition government. Brown resigned as Prime Minister and as Labour Party leader shortly thereafter. He was succeeded as party leader by Ed Miliband, who abandoned the New Labour branding and moved the party's political stance further to the left under the branding of One Nation Labour. Jeremy Corbyn moved the party further to the left, while Keir Starmer has repositioned it back to the center and won the 2024 general election. Starmer's leadership of the party has been widely compared to that of Blair, and he is regarded as having taken the party back to the center ground in a similar way to that achieved by New Labour. Where am I? And the Wikipedia for the Third Way says the Third Way is a predominantly centrist political position that attempts to reconcile center-right and center-left politics by synthesizing a combination of economically liberal and social democratic economic policies. The Third Way is a reconceptualization of social democracy. The Third Way supports workfare instead of welfare, work training programs, educational opportunities, and other government programs that give citizens a, quote, hand up instead of a, quote, hand out. The Third Way seeks a compromise between a less interventionist economic system, as supported by neoliberals and Keynesian social democratic spending policies supported by social democrats and progressives. The Third Way was born from a reevaluation of political policies within various center to left-center progressive movements in the 1980s in response to doubt regarding the economic viability of the state and the perceived overuse of economic interventionist policies that had previously been popularized by Keynesianism, but which at that time contrasted with the rise of popularity for neoliberalism and the New Right starting in the late 1970s and throughout the 1980s. The Third Way has been promoted by social liberal and social democratic parties. In the United States, a leading proponent of the Third Way was Bill Clinton, who served as the country's president from 1993 to 2001. In the United Kingdom, Third Way social democratic proponent Tony Blair claimed that the socialism he advocated was different from traditional conceptions of socialism and said, quote, "My kind of socialism is a set of values based around notions of social justice, ... Socialism as a rigid form of economic determinism has ended, and rightly," end quote. Tony Blair. Blair referred to it as a, quote, social-ism, unquote, involving politics that recognized individuals as socially interdependent and advocated social justice, social cohesion, equal worth of each citizen, and equal opportunity. Third Way social democratic interpreter Anthony Giddens has said that the Third Way rejects the state socialist conception of socialism and instead accepts the conception of socialism as conceived of by Anthony Crossland as an ethical doctrine that views social democratic governments as having achieved a viable ethical socialism by removing the unjust elements of capitalism by providing social welfare and other policies, and that contemporary socialism has outgrown the Marxist claim for the need of the abolition of the capitalist mode of production. In 2009, Tony Blair publicly declared support for a, quote, new capitalism. Policies supported by self-described Third Way supporters vary by region, political circumstances, and ideological leanings. The Third Way advocates generally support public-private partnerships, a commitment to fiscal conservative, combining equality of opportunity with personal responsibility, improving human and social capital, and protection of the environment. But even in pursuit of these ends, Third Way advocates differ in their policies owing to conflicting priorities. Anthony Giddens, for example, believing that society should be more inclusive to the elderly, calling for abolishing the retirement age so people could exit the workforce whenever they have saved enough. Emmanuel Macron did the exact opposite, raising the retirement age to balance the budget. The Bill Clinton administration, influenced by the works of the controversial political scientist Charles Murray, was less friendly to the welfare state than Tony Blair. The Third Way has been criticized by other social democrats as well as anarchists, communists, and in particular democratic socialists as a betrayal of left-wing values, with some analysts characterizing the Third Way as an effective neoliberal movement. It has also been criticized by conservatives, classical liberals, and libertarians who advocate for laissez-faire capitalism. Now I gotta look up Anthony Crosland. Anthony Crosland lived from 1918 to 1977, was a British Labour Party politician and author, a social democrat on the right wing of the Labour Party. Anthony Crosland was a prominent socialist intellectual. Anthony Crosland's influential book, The Future of Socialism, published in 1956, argued against many Marxist notions and the traditional Labour Party doctrine that expanding public ownership was essential to make socialism work, arguing instead for prioritizing the end of poverty and improving public services. He offered positive alternatives to both the right wing and left wing of the party. Having served as a Member of Parliament MP for South Gloucestershire from 1950 to 1955, Anthony Crosland returned to Parliament for Great Grimsby, 1959 to 1977. During Harold Wilson's governments of 1964 to 1970, he served as Economic Secretary to the Treasury, 1964, then Minister of State for Economic Affairs, 1964 to 1965, entering the Cabinet as Secretary of State for Education and Science, 1965 to 1967. He led the Labour campaign to replace grammar schools with comprehensive schools that did not use the 11 plus for the selection of pupils. He later served as President of the Board of Trade, 1967 to 1969, then Secretary of State for Local Government and Regional Planning, 1969 to 1970. When Labour returned to power, he served as Secretary of State for the Environment, 1974 to 1976, and briefly as Foreign Secretary, 1976 to 1977. In the role he promoted detente with the Soviet Union. Anthony Crosland died suddenly in February 1977 of a cerebral hemorrhage, aged 58. I gotta look up Crosland's book, Future of Socialism. Wikipedia says The Future of Socialism is a 1956 book by Anthony Crosland. The Future of Socialism was one of the most influential books in post-war British Labour Party thinking. The Future of Socialism was the seminal work of the, quote, revisionist school of Labour politics. The Future of Socialism defined Labour's perspective on the post-war consensus, by which the major parties largely agreed on issues of the welfare state and economic policy from 1945 to the late 1970s. Anthony Crosland, an Oxford University academic, before entering Parliament, had lost Anthony Crosland's seat in the 1955 general election, and so was able to finish the book Anthony Crosland had been working on for several years, seeking to offer a new argument for social democracy in the context of the new political and economic consensus introduced by the 1945 to 1951 Clement Attlee governments. However, the Future of Socialism has continued to be a reference point for intellectual debates within the Labour Party and the centre-left in succeeding generations, including the SDP-Labour split in 1981, the modernization of Labour under Neil Kinnock, and the rise of New Labour. The book's 50th anniversary in 2006 sparked a new debate with leading Labour figures including Gordon Brown, Jack Straw, Ed Miliband, Roy Hattersley, and others, setting out views of its relevance to the next generation of, quote, post-New Labour politics. The Fabian Society, which co-published the 2006 edition, set out the argument about, quote, renewal of Labour's thinking after a decade in power, requires a further generation of, quote, revisionist thinking, which seeks to emulate Anthony Crosland's contribution in the 1950s. Sorry, there's like a million things I gotta look up in this sentence. What is blue labor? Blue Labour is a British campaign group and political faction that seeks to promote blue-collar and culturally conservative values within the British Labour Party, particularly on immigration, crime, and community spirit, while remaining committed to labour rights and left-wing economic policies. Blue Labour seeks to represent a traditional working-class approach to labour politics. In Parliament, the faction is led by MP Dan Carden, who founded the Blue Labour Parliamentary Caucus of Labour MPs in 2025 along with Jonathan Brash, Jonathan Hinder, and David Smith. Launched in 2009 as a counter to New Labour, the Blue Labour movement first rose to prominence after Labour's defeat in the 2010 general election, in which for the first time the party received fewer working-class votes than it did middle-class votes. The movement has influenced a handful of Labour MPs and frontbenchers. Founder Maurice Glassman served as a close ally to Ed Miliband during his early years as leader of the opposition, before himself becoming a life peer in the House of Lords. Blue Labour has also seen a resurgence of interest after the loss of red wall seats in the 2019 general election. Blue Labour argues that the party lost touch with its base by embracing anti-patriotism in the face of Brexit and by undermining solidarity in local communities through bureaucratic collectivism, social agendas, and neoliberal economics. Blue Labour argues that whilst post-war Old Labour had become too uncritical of state power, New Labour far worse in this with an uncritical view of global markets as well. The group further advocates a switch to local and democratic community management and a provision of services rather than relying on a top-down welfare state, which it sees as excessively bureaucratic. Economically, it is described as a, quote, movement keen on guild socialism and continental corporatism, end quote. The Blue Labour position has been articulated in books such as Tangled Up in Blue, 2011, by Rowena Davis, Blue Labour Forging a New Politics, 2015, by Ian Geary and Adrian Pabst, and Blue Labour, The Politics of the Common Good, 2022, by Glassman himself. Additional elucidations on Blue Labour's ideas can be found in The Purple Book, 2011, by Robert Philpott, and Despised, Why the Modern Left Loathes the Working Class, 2020, by Paul Embry. A number of commentators, including Adrian Pabst himself, have argued that, as leader of the Labour Party, Keir Starmer has adopted significant elements of Blue Labour's analysis and policies. And John Krudos. Wikipedia says John Krudos, born 1962, is a British Labour Party politician who served as Member of Parliament for Dagenham and Rainham, formerly Dagenham, between 2001 and 2024. Having been critical of many aspects of the Blair government, he stood for the deputy leadership of the Labour Party in 2007, although he openly stated he did not wish to become Deputy Prime Minister. Despite winning the most votes in the first round of voting, he was eliminated in the penultimate round of the contest. Krudos ruled himself out of the 2010 leadership election, saying he would rather influence policy. In 2012, Krudos was appointed to Ed Miliband's shadow cabinet, replacing Liam Byrne as policy coordinator. In August 2022, Krudos announced his intention to retire from Parliament at the 2024 general election. Okay, so let me read that sentence that all those references I looked up were in. As such, leading Labour politicians and left intellectuals have regularly paid homage to their new liberal forebears across the party's history. Tony Blair extolled Hobhouse and Hobson's, quote, bridge between liberalism and socialism as prefiguring New Labor's, quote, third way. Anthony Crosland praised Hobson as a, quote, early prophet, end quote, of pre-Keynesian state planning in his influential 1956 The Future of Socialism. For the communitarian, quote, Blue Labor MP John Krudos, quote, new liberal thinkers are rightly considered to be pioneers of the British tradition of ethical socialism, end quote, that Labour should reclaim. But Hobson's influence in particular stretches beyond the limits of parliamentary politics. Hobson's, quote, under-consumptionist theory of imperialism, outlined in his seminal 1902 Imperialism, a Study, was a formative influence on theories of imperialism produced by revolutionary figures such as Vladimir Ilyich Lenin and Rosa Luxemburg. Let's look at the Wikipedia for Hobson's Imperialism, a Study. Imperialism, a Study, 1902, by John A. Hobson, is a politico-economic discourse about the negative financial, economic, and moral aspects of imperialism as a nationalistic business enterprise. Hobson argues that capitalist business activity brought about imperialism. Hobson states that what he calls the, quote, taproot of imperialism, end quote, is not in nationalist pride, but in capitalist oligarchy, and as a form of economic organization, imperialism is unnecessary and immoral, the result of the misdistribution of wealth in a capitalist society. Hobson argues that the so-called dysfunction of the political economy created the socio-cultural desire to extend the national markets into foreign lands in search of profits greater than those available in the mother country. In the capitalist economy, rich capitalists received a disproportionately higher income than did the working class. He argues that if the owners invested their incomes to their factories, the greatly increased productive capacity would exceed the growth in demand for the products and services of said factories. Quote, when productive capacity grew faster than consumer demand, there was very soon an excess of this capacity, relative to consumer demand, and hence there were few profitable domestic investment outlets. Foreign investment was the only answer. But insofar as the same problem existed in every industrialized capitalist country, such foreign investment was possible only if non-capitalist countries could be, quote, civilized, quote, Christianized, and, quote, uplifted, that is, if their traditional institutions could be forcefully destroyed, and the people coercively brought under the domain of the, quote, invisible hand of market capitalism, so imperialism was the only answer, end quote. E.K. Hunt, History of Economic Thought. As a political scientist, J.A. Hobson said that imperialism was an economic, political, and cultural practice common to nations with a capitalist economic system. Because of its innate productive capacity for generating profits, capitalism did not functionally require a large-scale, large-term, and costly socioeconomic enterprise such as imperialism. A capitalist society could avoid resorting to imperialism through the radical redistribution of the national economic resources among the society, and so increase the economic consumption power of every citizen. After said economic adjustments, a capitalist nation did not require opening new foreign markets, and so could profitably direct the production and consumption of goods and services to the in-country markets. Because, quote, the home markets are capable of indefinite expansion, provided that the, quote, income or power to demand commodities is properly distributed, end quote. Influence and criticism. Imperialism, a Study, published in 1902, established Hobson's international reputation in political science. Hobson's geopolitical propositions influenced the work of prominent figures such as Nikolai Bukharin, Vladimir Lenin, and Hannah Arendt. Imperialism, a Study, published in 1902, was one of the most influential books of the 20th century. Influence on Marxism. In particular, Lenin drew much from Imperialism, a study to support and substantiate Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, published in 1916, which then was a contemporary wartime analysis of the geopolitical crises of the imperial empires of Europe that culminated in the First World War, 1914 to 1918. Lenin said that Karl Kautsky had taken the idea of ultra-imperialism from the work of J.A. Hobson, and that, quote, ultra-imperialism or super-imperialism, bracket, was, and bracket, what Hobson, 13 years earlier, bracket, had, and bracket, described as inter-imperialism. Except for coining a new and clever catchword, replacing one Latin prefix by another, the only progress, bracket, that, and bracket, Kautsky has made in the sphere of, quote, scientific thought is that Kautsky gave out, as Marxism, what Hobson, in effect, bracket, had, and bracket, described as the cant of English parsons, end quote. Lenin. Moreover, Lenin ideologically disagreed with Hobson's opinion that capitalism, as an economic system, could be separated from imperialism. Instead, Lenin proposed that, because of the economic competitions that had provoked the First World War, capitalism had come to its end as a functional socioeconomic system, and that it would be replaced by pacifist socialism in order for imperialism to end. Nevertheless, Hobson's influence in Lenin's writings became orthodoxy for all Marxist historians. Influence on liberalism. Hobson was also influential in liberal circles, especially the Liberal Party. Hobson's theory of imperialism has had many critics. Contemporary historian D.K. Fieldhouse, for example, argues that the arguments used are ultimately superficial. Fieldhouse says that the, quote, obvious driving force of British expansion since 1870, end quote, came from explorers, missionaries, engineers, and empire-minded politicians. They had little interest in financial investments. Hobson's answer would be to say that faceless financiers manipulated everyone else, so that, quote, the final determination rests with the financial power, end quote. Lenin believed that capitalism was in its last stages and had been taken over by monopolists. They were no longer dynamic and sought to maintain profits by ever more intensive exploitation of protected markets. Fieldhouse rejects these arguments as unfounded speculation. Historians Peter Duignan and Louis H. Gann argue that Hobson had an enormous influence in the early 20th century among people from all over the world. Quote, Hobson's ideas were not entirely original. However, his hatred of moneyed men and monopolies, his loathing of secret compacts and public bluster, fused all existing indictments of imperialism into one coherent system, ... His ideas influenced German nationalist opponents of the British Empire, as well as French French Anglophobes, and Marxists. They color the thoughts of American liberals and isolationist critics of colonialism. In days to come, they were to contribute to American distrust of Western Europe and of the British Empire. Hobson helped make the British averse to the exercise of colonial rule. He provided indigenous nationalists in Asia and Africa with the ammunition to resist rule from Europe, end quote. After 1950, Hobson's technical interpretations came under sharp criticism by scholars. His contention that economics underpinned imperialism was attacked by historians John Gallagher and Ronald Robinson in their 1953 article, The Imperialism of Free Trade, which argued that strategic considerations in geopolitics underpinned European expansion in the 19th century. Quote, Jewish financiers and racism. Hobson's writings on the Second Boer War, particularly in the war in South Africa, its causes and effects, attribute the war partly to Jewish influence, including reference to Rothschild bankers. While imperialism does not contain the, quote, violent anti-Jewish crudities, end quote, of Hobson's earlier writings, it does contain an allusion to the power and influence of Jewish financiers, saying that finance was controlled, quote, by men of a single and peculiar race who have behind them many centuries of financial experience, end quote, and, quote, are in unique position to control the policy of nations, end quote. According to Norman Etherington, This section on financiers seems irrelevant to Hobson's economic discourse and was probably included since Hobson truly believed it. According to Hugh Stretton, quote, a final attraction of Hobson's explanation of imperialism was its deft choice of scapegoats, ... The ideal scapegoat should be few, foreign connected, readily recognizable, and already disliked, end quote. Hobson believed, quote, colonial primitive peoples, end quote, were inferior. Writing in Imperialism, Hobson advocated their, quote, gradual elimination, end quote, by an internal or international organization, quote, a rational culture in the wide social interest might, however, require repression of the spread of degenerate or unprogressive races, end quote. Well, it can be said the 1902 work reflected the social Darwinism trend of the time. Hobson left this section mainly unchanged when he published the third edition in 1938. The British Labour Party leader Jeremy Corbyn wrote a foreword for the 2011 edition, calling Hobson's, quote, analysis of the pressures that are hard at work in pushing for a vast national effort in grabbing new outposts of empire on distant islands and shores, end quote, brilliant. In a strongly worded letter, the Board of Deputy of British Jews expressed, quote, grave concerns about the emergence of the forward. Corbyn stated that he did not endorse anti-Semitism, saying this was a, quote, mischievous representation, end quote. All right. So, let's carry on. Lenin liberally cited, this is back to the text, Lenin liberally cited Hobson's book in his own Imperialism, the Highest State of Capitalism, describing it as, quote, a very good and comprehensive description of the principal specific economic and political features of imperialism, end quote. The political theorist Hannah Arendt, too, drew heavily on Hobson's work in her The Origins of Totalitarianism, describing imperialism as a, quote, masterly analysis, end quote. In 2019, nearly 80 years after his death, Hobson made a brief return to the center of British politics when it was reported that Jeremy Corbyn, then leader of the Labour Party, had penned a glowing introduction to a 2011 republication of Imperialism. Corbyn praised the book as, quote, brilliant, quote, correct, and, quote, prescient in its analysis of the inner workings of imperialist economics. What Corbyn, like Lenin, failed to mention was the handful of blatantly anti-Semitic remarks contained within the book's pages. In Imperialism, Hobson claimed that, quote, men of a single and peculiar race, end quote, Jews, had taken control of international financial houses and urged an imperialist war in South Africa, and that, quote, no great war could be undertaken by any European state or a great state loan subscribed if the House of Rothschild and its connections set their face against it, end quote. Hobson. In the context of the crisis of anti-Semitism within Corbyn's Labour Party, Corbyn's silence on these passages of Hobson's book, which, as shall be shown, were both empirically wrong and drew on a long history of anti-Semitic associations among Jews, finance, and disproportionate political power, was taken as further evidence of, at best, his, quote, blindness towards anti-Semitism. Footnote. Corbyn's introduction appears in the 2011 Spokesman Books edition of Imperialism. 2. It might seem somewhat ironic, but in fact is perhaps rather more revealing that an avowed socialist leftist like Corbyn was caught celebrating a liberal with anti-Semitic leanings. This constellation invites reflection on how the terms, quote, left-wing, quote, socialist, and, quote, liberal relate to each other. On this, see the chapters by Bolton and Pitts and Stoetzelers in this volume. End footnote. In the context of the crisis of anti-Semitism within Corbyn's Labour Party, his silence on these passages of Hobson's book, Okay, end footnote. But the debate quickly broadened out to a consideration of Hobson's own anti-Semitism and the extent to which Hobson's anti-Semitism was related to Hobson's general economic analysis. Some sought to defend Hobson, e.g. Sassoon 2019, by arguing that his depiction of Jewish power and influence was marginal to the overall argument laid out in Imperialism, and thus a minor aberration unrelated to the thrust and continued value of his work. But others, e.g. Feldman 2019, pointed to multiple instances of anti-Semitism and, quote, race thinking, end quote, across Hobson's oeuvre, not just in relation to the Boer War, which was the immediate context in which Hobson wrote Imperialism, but also in relation to his earlier analyses of the causes of poverty and other social ills. In this chapter, I will seek to show how, far from being an unfortunate accident with no connection to or perhaps contradicting the rest of the new liberal program, Hobson's anti-Semitism is intrinsically connected to Hobson's broader theory of domestic and global capitalism, founded on an opposition between, quote, social utility and, quote, parasitism, the latter a concept happily adopted by Lenin. Hobson's depiction of industrial society lends itself rather easily, albeit by no means inevitably, to anti-Semitic interpretations. Thus, rather than merely listing all of the anti-Semitic statements in Hobson's prodigious output, the first half of the chapter sets out the general philosophical and theoretical framework of Hobson's critique of late 19th century capitalism. By setting out the overall context of his work in this way, it thus becomes possible to recognize the significance of what might, at first glance, seem like trivial or accidental asides. The second half of the chapter turns to Hobson's theory of imperialism, which he developed in response to his experiences working in South Africa as a journalist during the Boer War. In Imperialism itself, in Hobson's Imperialism itself, the anti-Semitic undertones are less overt than in some of Hobson's earlier writings, and can, without a broader knowledge of his theoretical presuppositions and intellectual trajectory, indeed seem like inexplicable outliers. But once the general framework and the more overt anti-Semitism of the earlier works is understood, and the relation between his earlier and later work established, the retention of the anti-Semitic remarks which are in Imperialism, however, toned down, is more easily explained. Moreover, by situating Hobson's anti-Semitism within the wider new liberal worldview, it becomes possible to recognize the latent potential for anti-Semitism which lies within its modern variants on the contemporary left. New section. British idealism and, quote, old liberalism. Wikipedia says, a subset of absolute idealism. British idealism was a philosophical movement that was influential in Britain from the mid-19th century to the early 20th century. The leading figures in the movement were T.H. Green, who lived from 1836 to 1882, F.H. Bradley, who lived from 1846 to 1924, and Bernard Bosanquet, who lived from 1848 to 1923. They were succeeded by the second generation of J.H. Muirhead, who lived from 1855 to 1940, J.M.E. McTaggart, who lived from 1866 to 1925, H.H. Joachim, who lived from 1868 to 1938, A.E. Taylor, 1869 to 1945, and R.G. Collingwood, who lived from 1889 to 1943. The last major figure in the tradition was J.R.G. Murr, 1893 to 1979. Doctrines of early British idealism so provoked the young Cambridge philosophers G.E. Moore and Bertrand Russell that they began a new philosophical tradition, analytic philosophy. Let's look up old liberalism. Britain. That just refers to classical liberalism. Okay. The ideological roots of this is back to the text. The ideological roots of the new liberalism can be traced back to the philosopher Thomas Hill Green's peculiarly English form of Hegel-inspired idealism in the mid-19th century. Wikipedia says Thomas Hill Green lived from 1836 to 1882. Thomas Hill Green was an English philosopher, political radical, and temperance reformer, and a member of the British idealism movement. Like all the British idealists, Thomas Hill Green was influenced by the metaphysical historicism of G.W.F. Hegel. Thomas Hill Green was one of the thinkers behind the philosophy of social liberalism. I suppose I should look up social liberalism as well. Social liberalism is a political philosophy and variety of liberalism that endorses social justice, social services, a mixed economy, the expansion of civil and political rights, as opposed to classical liberalism, which favors limited government and an overall more laissez-faire style of governance. While both are committed to personal freedoms, social liberalism places greater emphasis on the role of government in addressing social inequalities and ensuring public welfare. Economically, social liberalism is based on the social market economy and views the common good as harmonious with the individual's freedom. Social liberals overlap with social democrats in accepting market intervention more than other liberals. Its importance is considered auxiliary compared to the social democrats. Ideologies that emphasize its economic policy include welfare liberalism, New Deal liberalism, New Democrats in the United States, and Keynesian liberalism. Cultural liberalism is an ideology that highlights its cultural aspects. The world has widely adopted social liberal policies. Social liberal ideas and parties tend to be considered center to center left, although there are deviations from these positions to both the political left or right. Addressing economic and social issues such as poverty, welfare, infrastructure, healthcare, and education, using government intervention while emphasizing individual rights and autonomy are expected under a social liberal government. In modern political discourse, social liberalism is associated with progressivism. A left liberalism contrasted to the right-leaning neoliberalism and combines support for a mixed economy with cultural liberalism. Social liberalism may also refer to American progressive stances on socio-cultural issues such as reproductive rights and same-sex marriage, in contrast with American social conservatism. Cultural liberalism is often referred to as social liberalism because it expresses the social dimension of liberalism. However, it is not the same as the broader political ideology known as social liberalism. In American politics, a social liberal may hold either conservative (economic liberal) or liberal (economic progressive) views on fiscal policy. Okay, so back to the text. The ideological roots of the new liberalism can be traced back to the philosopher Thomas Hill T.H. Green's peculiarly English form of Hegel-inspired idealism in the mid-19th century. British idealism emerged in the face of the tremendous upheavals wrought by the development of industrial capitalism, opposing itself to the, quote, laissez-faire individualism which had hitherto dominated the liberal tradition. The main tenet of this, quote, classical liberalism was a, quote, monadic account of social relations, end quote, whereby individuals were regarded as having inalienable, quote, natural rights prior to any social interaction. The first priority for classical liberals was the protection of those rights from the, quote, excessive and unjust powers of state and church, end quote, in the name of, quote, negative liberty, end quote. This worldview was expressed in economic terms by a steadfast commitment to free trade and opposition to state-led protectionism. For William Gladstone, the talismanic and mid-century leader of the Liberal Party, inequality, and poverty were the results of ineradicable, quote, original sin present within every individual and thus ultimately unalterable by state activity. I'm going to read the Wikipedia entry for Gladstone real quick. William Gladstone lived from 1809 to 1898 and was a British statesman and Liberal Party politician in a career lasting over 60 years. Gladstone was Prime Minister of the United Kingdom for over 12 years, spreading over 4 non-consecutive terms, the most of any British Prime Minister, beginning in 1868 and ending in 1894. William Gladstone also was Chancellor of the Exchequer 4 times for over 12 years. William Gladstone was a Member of Parliament MP for 60 years, from 1932 to 1945, and from 1832 to 1845, and from 1847 to 1895. During that time, William Gladstone represented a total of 5 constituencies. William Gladstone was born in Liverpool to Scottish parents. William Gladstone first entered the House of Commons in 1832, beginning his political career as a High Tory, a grouping that became the Conservative Party under Robert Peel in 1834. Gladstone served as a minister in both of Peel's governments, and in 1846 joined the breakaway Peelite faction, which eventually merged into the new Liberal Party in 1859. William Gladstone was Chancellor under Lord Aberdeen, who lived from 1852 to 1855, Lord Palmerston, 1859 to 1865, and Lord Russell, 1865 to 1866. Gladstone's own political doctrine, which emphasized equality of opportunity and opposition to trade protectionism, came to be known as Gladstonian liberalism. His popularity amongst the working class earned him the sobriquet, quote, the People's William. In 1868, Gladstone became Prime Minister for the first time. Many reforms were passed during his first ministry, including the disestablishment of the Church of Ireland and the introduction of secret voting. After electoral defeat in 1874, William Gladstone resigned as leader of the Liberal Party. From 1876, William Gladstone began a comeback based on opposition to the Ottoman Empire's reaction to the Bulgarian April Uprising. William Gladstone's Midlothian campaign of 1879 to 1880 was an early example of many modern political campaigning techniques. After the 1880 general election, William Gladstone formed his second ministry between 1880 and 1885, which saw the passage of the Third Reform Act as well as crises in Egypt, culminating the fall of Khartoum, and Ireland, where William Gladstone's government passed repressive measures but also improved the legal rights of Irish tenant farmers. Back in office in early 1886, Gladstone proposed Home Rule for Ireland, but was defeated in the House of Commons. The resulting split in the Liberal Party helped keep them out of office, with one short break for 20 years. Gladstone formed his last government in 1892 at the age of 82. The Government of Ireland Bill 1893 passed through the Commons but was defeated in the House of Lords in 1893, after which Irish Home Rule became a lesser part of William Gladstone's party's agenda. William Gladstone left office in March 1894, aged 84, as both the oldest person to serve as Prime Minister and the only Prime Minister to have served 4 non-consecutive terms. He left Parliament in 1895 and died 3 years later. William Gladstone was known affectionately by his supporters as the, quote, People's William, or the, quote, GOM, Grand Old Man, or to political rivals, quote, God's only mistake. That was funny. Historians often rank Gladstone as one of the greatest prime ministers in British history. Okay, so back to the text. For William Gladstone, the talismanic mid-century leader of the Liberal Party, inequality and poverty were the result of an ineradicable, quote, original sin present within every individual and thus ultimately unalterable by state activity. The, quote, old liberalism translated its, quote, strict adherence to the doctrine of non-intervention, end quote, in the economic sphere to a general, quote, skepticism about interventionist, quote, international entanglements, end quote, on the global stage, producing a, quote, long line of radical critiques of empire, end quote. This anti-imperialist impulse was motivated by the belief that imperialism abroad, quote, threatened to undermine Britain from within, infecting both political institutions and public morality, end quote. Bell, 2009. The practical effect of the, quote, orthodox liberal, end quote, approach to the domestic economy was to legitimize vast economic inequality as the natural state of things. This is the point of departure for T.H. Green's formulation of a new mode of liberal thought able to compete with Burkean forms of conservative traditionalism on the one side and the socialism of the incipient labor movement on the other, the latter, in Green's view, threatening to place the individual under the, quote, control of society. For Green, the amorality of a purely negative liberalism could end up reducing the liberty of individuals, for example, by doing nothing to prevent drunkenness. Liberal theory, quote, needed an infusion of publicly oriented thinking, a new perspective that would simultaneously champion individual responsibility and transcend class politics, end quote. Moorfield, 2005. This, quote, new perspective was outlined in T.H. Green's 1866 lectures on the principles of political obligation. I'm going to look that up. Not seeing any good descriptions of this piece in particular. It does appear to be located in the collections of book articles by T.H. Green, or collections of lectures by T.H. Green. Anyway, the, quote, this, quote, new perspective, end quote, was outlined in Green's 1866 lectures on the, quote, principles of political obligation, in which the individualist worldview of natural right and negative freedom was countered by a depiction of society as a single interconnected living organism. Green argued that the, quote, organic unity of society appears in the form of a, quote, absolute and common good, ... common to the person conceiving it with others and good for him and them, whether at any moment it answers their likings or not, end quote. Green. The common good exists prior to the individualist, quote, conception of both moral duty and legal right, end quote, and is the shared social foundation upon which custom, duty, and political legal structures rest. The recognition and development of that pre-political common interest or good is an ethical imperative. Indeed, it, quote, constitutes the moral progress of mankind, end quote. Green. And is the only way to ensure that society is not descended into a battleground of conflict, coercion, and dominance. Such a holistic conception of society was distinct from previous modes of liberal thought by virtue of the fact that it was a conception of society at all. From the traditional liberal perspective, there had been, to coin a phrase, quote, no such thing as society, end quote, merely the aggregate of individual rational preferences. For Green, as for Hobhouse in his 1911 book, Liberalism, widely regarded as the most, quote, authoritative statement of new liberal political theory, end quote, Collini, 1979, the social, quote, common good exists above and beyond individual preferences. Let's see if there's a description of this book. Yeah, I'm not seeing any good descriptions of this book, of Liberalism by 1911 by Hobhouse. Back to the text. The influence of Hegel's philosophy of right is evident here, but as one which sees the relation of individual and totality as one of the primacy of the latter, totality, rather than the contradictory mediation of individual and totality by each other. For Hobhouse, unlike Hegel, it is not possible for an individual right to come into, quote, conflict with the common good, end quote, as no right, quote, can exist apart from the common good, end quote. Footnote, as Collini points out, despite downgrading individual rights in his theory, when it comes to concrete political debates, Hobhouse was steadfast in defending the rights of the individual, often opposing Hobson's more strident claims to the priority of society over the individual. End footnote. Any disharmony between individual right and the common good thus betrays a deficient understanding of the common good. For all its invocation of organic unity, however, T.H. Green's theory was resistant to the kinds of state intervention advocated by the later New Liberals, particularly when it came to limitations on private property. To this extent, New Liberalism represented a break with British idealism rather than British idealism's continuation. The New Liberal use of biological terms such as, quote, organism, and increasingly, quote, evolution, to conceptualize social life derived not just from Green, but also from the work of Herbert Spencer. With his quote, his book, The Study of Sociology. I'm not seeing any good descriptions of this book. Sorry, I had to stop the recording suddenly. So I might repeat a sentence or two. The New Liberal use of biological terms such as, quote, organism and increasingly, quote, evolution to conceptualize social life derived not just from Green, but also from the work of Herbert Spencer, with his The Study of Sociology being a, quote, prime influence on the shaping of Hobson's mind, end quote, in particular. See Frieden, 1978. This is despite the fact that when it came to state intervention, Spencer's position was diametrically opposed to that of the New Liberals. Spencer's evolutionary theory was founded upon a faith in the spontaneous development of society into a, quote, harmonic body of cooperating individuals, end quote. Spencer. Any active attempt to solve social problems risks disturbing the delicate natural balance. Nevertheless, Spencer's assumption that there was a, quote, unifying principle which could explain, give meaning to, and ultimately direct human progress, end quote, and which could be studied through scientific methods, was a crucial stepping stone in the development of New Liberalism. Hobhouse critiqued the non-interventionist, quote, mechanicalism of Spencer's theory of social evolution by arguing that consciousness, parenthesis, or Geist, to use the Hegelian term, in parenthesis, was itself an expression of nature, and thus attempts to rationally guide social development through reform were part of the, quote, natural evolutionary process. New section, Social Utility and Parasitism. There was no automatic relation between an organic theory of society and support for active state intervention. Two further concepts were crucial to the development of the New Liberal worldview, quote, social utility and, quote, parasitism. Tracing the provenance of each of these terms again reveals the debt New Liberalism owed to the English, quote, radical liberal tradition of earlier decades, but also perhaps more surprisingly to utilitarianism. The utilitarian influence rested on the latter's impetus for state social reform on the basis of rational planning and, crucially, John Stuart Mill's development of a utilitarian calculus based on a qualitative rather than a merely quantitative notion of, quote, the greatest happiness, end quote. This cleared the path for new liberalism to develop the notion of, quote, good social. This cleared the path for new liberalism to develop the notion of, quote, social utility, grounded within a qualitative conception of the common good, and more than the sum of individual goods. The notion of social utility was given particular prominence in the work of Hobson, sometimes presented in Rousseauist style as a form of, quote, general will, and understood as the expression of the, quote, psychophysical structure, end quote, of an organic social community. See Frieden, 1978. For Hobson, quote, every well-ordered form of the economic structure is an expression of the moral force of the community. The, quote, general will, end quote, finding embodiment in some stable and serviceable form of social support, end quote. Again, the presupposition built into this conception is that there could be no objective tension or legitimate contradiction between, quote, social and individual wills. The, quote, social will was for Hobson a, quote, empirical fact, expressing in political form the, quote, natural harmony, end quote, of society. The influence of the Romantic art critic John Ruskin can be discerned in Hobson's efforts to establish or discover a qualitative, ethical, and general standard of utility against which society should be judged. Is John Ruskin a pre-Raphaelite? Or is that someone else? He's not an artist at all. Wikipedia says John Ruskin lived from 1819 to 1900. John Ruskin was an English polymath, a writer, lecturer, art historian, art critic, draughtsman, and philanthropist of the Victorian era. John Ruskin wrote on subjects as varied as art, architecture, political economy, education, museology, geology, botany, ornithology, literature, history, and myth. Ruskin's writing styles and literary forms were equally varied. Ruskin wrote essays and treatises, poetry and lectures, travel guides and manuals, letters, and even a fairy tale. John Ruskin also made detailed sketches and paintings of rocks, plants, birds, landscapes, architectural structures, and ornamentation. The elaborate style that characterized his earliest writings on art gave way in time to plainer language designed to communicate his ideas more effectively. In all of his writings, he emphasized the connections between nature, art, and society. Ruskin was hugely influential in the latter half of the 19th century and up to the First World War. After a period of relative decline, his reputation has steadily improved since the 1960s with the publication of numerous academic studies of Ruskin's work. Today, John Ruskin's ideas and concerns are widely recognized as having anticipated interest in environmentalism, sustainability, ethical consumerism, and craft. Ruskin first came to widespread attention with the first volume of Modern Painters, published in 1843, an extended essay in defense of the work of J.M.W. Turner, in which Ruskin argued that the principal duty of the artist is to, quote, truth to nature, end quote. This meant rooting art in experience and close observation. From the 1850s, Ruskin championed the pre-Raphaelites. Look at that. I know what I'm talking about. Who were influenced by Ruskin's ideas. John Ruskin's work increasingly focused on social and political issues. Unto this last, published in 1860 and 1862, marked the shift in emphasis. In 1869, John Ruskin became the first Slade Professor of Fine Arts at the University of Oxford, where John Ruskin established the Ruskin School of Drawing. In 1871, John Ruskin began his monthly, quote, Letters to the Workmen and Laborers of Great Britain, end quote, published under the title Force Clavigera, which existed from 1871 to 1884. In the course of this complex and deeply personal work, John Ruskin developed the principles underlying his ideal society. Its practical outcome was the founding of the Guild of St. George, an organization that endures today. Back to the text. The influence of Romantic art critic John Ruskin can also be discerned in Hobson's efforts to establish or discover a qualitative, ethical, and general standard of utility against which society should be judged. During the 1890s, Hobson adapted Ruskin's notion of, quote, ilth, that which is, quote, inherently and eternally incapable, end quote, of its opposite, wealth, causing only, quote, devastation, quote, trouble, and, quote, delay, Ruskin, as he sought to develop a contrast between the supposedly, quote, objective economic wealth that is the principal object of classical political economy, measured in money and linked to the figure of the so-called economic man who cared about nothing but his immediate financial interest, and the, quote, subjective wealth, namely the welfare of society as a whole, including happiness, moral standards, and aesthetic beauty. Wikipedia says ilth, coined by John Ruskin in the 1860s, is the reverse of wealth in the sense of ill being the opposite of well. In Ruskin's view, quote, wealth, therefore, is, quote, the possession of the valuable by the valiant, end quote. And in considering it as a power existing in a nation, the two elements, the value of the thing and the valor of the thing's possessor, must be estimated together, whence it appears that many of the persons commonly considered wealthy are in reality no more wealthy than the locks of their own strong boxes are, they being inherently and eternally incapable of wealth, and operating for the nation, in economical point of view, either as pools of dead water and eddies in a stream, which, so long as the stream flows, are useless or serve only to drown people, but may become of importance in a state of stagnation should the stream dry, or else as dams in a river, of which the ultimate service depends not on the dam, but the miller, or else as mere accidental stays and impediments, acting not as wealth, but, for we ought to have a correspondent term, as, quote, ilth, causing various devastation and trouble around them in all directions, or lastly act not at all, but are merely animated conditions of delay, no use being possible of anything they have until they are dead, in which last conditions they are nevertheless often useful as delays and, quote, impedimenta, if a nation is apt to move too fast, unto this last, end quote, John Ruskin, unto this last. Various other writers have used the term ilth and continue to do so. A notable example is George Bernard Shaw, who used ilth as a subheading in an 1889 essay. In the context of modern economic theory and practice, the term ilth has been central to the work of Herman Daly and his advocacy for a steady state economy. Back to the text. During the 1890s, Hobson adapted Ruskin's notion of, quote, ilth, that which is, quote, inherently and eternally incapable, end quote, of its opposite, wealth, causing only, quote, devastation, quote, trouble, and, quote, delay. Ruskin. As Hobson sought to develop a contrast between the supposedly, quote, objective economic wealth that is the principal object of classical political economy, measured in money and linked to the figure of the so-called economic man, who carried out nothing but that man's immediate financial interests, and, quote, subjective wealth, namely the welfare of society as a whole, including happiness, moral standards, and aesthetic beauty. In his 1894 Evolution of Modern Capitalism, Hobson criticized the, quote, the ill effects of, quote, machine civilization, and, quote, in a style similar to John Ruskin, calling for machine civilization's replacement by a new economy in which there was, quote, adequate social control over machine production, end quote, coupled with, quote, education in the arts of consumption, such as may assign proper limits to the sphere of machine production, end quote. Hobson. Sorry, I'm looking to see if there's any description of this book. On Google Books, it says Hobson's The Evolution of Modern Capitalism was first published in 1894, although this reissue is of the fourth edition published in 1926. The work traces the developments in trade and industry which characterized the first decades of the 20th century. In the first part, Hobson deals with the origins of structure of modern capitalism, including the development of the machine industry, the changing structure of trades and markets, and the effects of these on workers and consumers. The final supplementary chapter considers the impact of World War II on this changing economy. Not World War II, Jesus Christ. The final supplementary chapter considers the impact of World War I on this changing economy, and the, quote, disturbance, recovery, and readjustments, end quote, which the war necessitated. This is a classic work of importance to economic historians and those with a particular interest in the history of capitalism. Back to the text. Consumers educated in the art of cultivating, quote, subjective wealth, end quote, would temper machine society's drive to produce for the sake of production, leading to, quote, fewer machines, less monopoly, and less bracket economic and bracket stability, end quote. Kane, 2002. However, Hobson, unlike Ruskin, was not opposed to industrial production as such. Like virtually all new liberals, Hobson looked upon the Industrial Revolution as progressive development, drawing on the opposition between, quote, industry and, quote, militancy that had been central to the previous generation of liberals. From this perspective, quote, industry reflected the moral and intellectual qualities of the skilled artisan and the small entrepreneur, end quote, as opposed to the, quote, unskilled mass of laborers, casuals, and, quote, loafers, whose ignorance and moral frailty made them easy prey for the, quote, classes, end quote, end quote. Kane, 2002. That is, the aristocracy whose dominance was the result of war and violence rather than productive activity. Parenthesis, a notion also essential to Spencer's thinking, end parenthesis. The new generation of liberals had developed this affirmative perspective to take account of the growth of modern industrial processes. In a 1900 article on the, quote, ethics of industrialism, Hobson argued that, quote, modern industrialism meant, quote, close cooperation between large numbers of people, quote, with instruments which they utilize in common for the production of commodities in which they have a common interest, end quote. Hobson. quoted in Kane 2002. The industrial world, Hobson argued, amounted to, quote, a vast mutual benefit society, a continual education in the paths of peace and practical brotherhood, end quote. Hobson. Hobson's critique of modern capitalism was thus centered upon modern capitalism's perceived abuse or overextension of industrial society and the monopolization of industrial society's benefits rather than industrial society's essential character. The, quote, ethic of industrialization, end quote, was being gradually deformed by vast inequalities in wealth and power, with big businesses using their monopoly power to impose machine production far beyond what was necessitated by the ethical standard of social utility. The perversion of industry was made manifest in the form of waste, which he regarded as the, quote, other side of the coin from wealth, end quote. Hobson identified three key sources of waste in late 19th century capitalism: the or underemployment of economic resources, whether labor, parenthesis, through unemployment and the, quote, idleness of the aristocratic rich, end parenthesis, developed land or hoarded capital, the waste of energy used in economic competition rather than cooperation and poor consumption, both the wasteful expenditure of the rich and the inability of consumers to make good use of what was distributed to them, parenthesis, Frieden, 1973, end parenthesis. In each case, actual production, distribution, and consumption fell woefully short of the objective standard of social utility. New section, the parasitical poor. The concept of, quote, parasitism was in many ways the logical result of a worldview founded on the idea of society as an organism whose health was to be judged against a standard of, quote, social utility, or in negative terms, wastefulness. The figure of the parasite, a non-productive being feeding off the endeavor of others, is the personalization of the, quote, waste that is preventing society from achieving its productive harmony. As a biological concept, quote, parasite is politically and economically polyvalent. Anyone or anything deemed to be unproductive or inefficient could be its target. Hobson would thus use this idea at different times to describe both the idle rich and the, quote, unproductive London poor. As David Feldman notes, the question of what should be done with the, quote, socially unfit, quote, those who will or cannot contribute to the common good, end quote, marks the dark underbelly of the concept of the, quote, common good, raising the possibility that, quote, there might be limits to how, quote, common the, quote, common good might be, end quote. Wikipedia says David Feldman is a professor of Birkbeck College at Birkbeck College, University of London. David Feldman is director of the Pearce Institute for the Study of Antisemitism. His research relates to the history of minorities and their place in British society from 1600 to the current time. His publications include Integration, Disadvantage, and Extremism, co-edited with B. Gidley in 2014. Post-War Reconstruction in Europe, International Perspectives, 1945 to 1949. Co-edited with, published in 2011, co-edited with M. Mazauer. Structures and Transformation in British History, published in 2011, co-edited with J. Lawrence. Paths of Integration, Migrants in Western Europe, 1880 to 2004, published in 2006. Co-edited with L. Lucassen and J. Ultimer. Jewish Workers in the Modern Diaspora, published in 1998, co-edited with Nancy Green and others. Englishmen and Jews, Social Relations and Political Culture, 1840 to 1914, published in 1994. Metropolis London, Histories and Representations since 1880. Metropolis London, Histories and Representations since 1800,
published in 1989, co-edited with Gareth Stedman Jones. Back to the text. In The Social Problem, Hobson argued that the, quote, rejection of the unfittest is essential to all progress, end quote, and thus the state should not leave the, quote, production of children, end quote, to, quote, unrestricted private enterprise, end quote. In short, that the state should prevent the, quote, unproductive from reproducing for the common good of the race. Let's see if there's anything for The Social Problem. According to Google Books, it says Hobson here draws together arguments from ethics, politics, and economics in an attempt to lay the foundation of a general science of human welfare. In doing so, Hobson explores themes which have remained at the center of political and economic debate over the course of the 20th century. The republication of The Social Problem now makes this masterpiece of early 20th century social criticism available to the modern reader. It is a volume which will be of considerable interest to modern ethical, political, and social theorists, as well as to students of the history of ideas. Back to the text. In The Social Problem, Hobson argued that the, quote, rejection of the unfittest is essential to all progress, end quote, and that the state should not leave the, quote, production of children, end quote, to, quote, unrestricted private enterprise, end quote. In short, that the state should prevent the, quote, unproductive from reproducing for the common good of the race. In Imperialism, he would argue that, quote, preventing reproduction from bad stock, however difficult and dangerous it may be, is obviously the first duty of the organized society, end quote. Hobson was by no means an outlier in flirting with this kind of language. The idea that social misery was at least in part due to the physical and mental deficiencies of part of the population, which could be cured through the curtailing of individual rights, was widely held. Footnote: those in Hobson's liberal socialist milieu who gave their explicit support for eugenicist policies include Sidney and Beatrice Webb, the founders of the Fabian Society, the economist John Maynard Keynes, William Beveridge, whose 1942 report Social Insurance and Allied Services was pivotal to the creation of the post-war welfare state, and the playwright George Bernard Shaw, who even advocated the use of, quote, a lethal chamber to kill those whose care, quote, wastes other people's time, end quote. George Bernard Shaw. For an account of the intertwining of eugenics with, quote, Fabian socialism, see Ray, 1983. End footnote. Few liberals, with Hobhouse a notable exception, offered much resistance to this line of thought. Indeed, the practical implication of Hobson's notion of an organically grounded, quote, social will, end quote, founded on the denial of any conflict between social and individual interests, was that any curtailing of individual rights could be justified on the grounds that the interests they represented were not a true expression of that organic unity. This brought to the fore the possible contradiction between the new liberal ideas of organic, quote, community and individual democratic freedoms. Democracy might get in the way of achieving the perfect social utility of the organic whole. Hobson squared this circle by using biological language to argue that, quote, the body politic will become diseased and suffering in any of its members is deprived of all participation in government, end quote. Hobson. Thus, quote, social utility necessitates the protection of individual liberty, not for individual liberty's own sake, but for the health of the social whole itself. Hobson's brand of biological, quote, race thinking tied to notions of, quote, social efficiency, end quote, and, quote, parasitism should not be ahistorically equated with the exterminatory modes of political thought and practice that would later emerge from this paradigm. In Imperialism, he fiercely attacked the so-called scientific defense of imperialism based on white supremacist notions of, quote, race struggle, expounded by social Darwinists such as Karl Pearson, arguing that as civilizations develop, race struggles are, quote, shifted onto higher planes, end quote, namely, quote, skill, knowledge, and character, and even higher levels of self-expression, end quote. Hobson. Imperialism. Let's see who this Karl Pearson person is. Wikipedia says Karl Pearson lived from 1857 to 1936 and was an English biostatistician and mathematician. Karl Pearson has been credited with establishing the discipline of mathematical statistics. Karl Pearson founded the world's first university statistics department at University College London in 1911 and contributed significantly to the field of biometrics and meteorology. Karl Pearson was also a proponent of social Darwinism and eugenics, and Karl Pearson's thought is an example of what is today described as scientific racism. Karl Pearson was a protege and biographer of Sir Francis Galton. Karl Pearson edited and completed both William Kingdom Clifford's Common Sense of the Exact Sciences and Isaac Todhunter's History of the Theory of Elasticity, Volume 1, 1886 to 1893, and Volume 2, 1893, following their deaths. Back to the text. Nevertheless, racial categories remained at work in Hobson's theories. After all, the idea of the evolutionary transmutation of biological struggle to an intellectual level is premised on the recognition of biological struggle as a factor in the development of civilization in the first place. Moreover, in his examination of the, quote, parasitic existence of London's poor, Hobson's critical eye had been drawn to particular characteristics Hobson ascribed to the large Jewish immigrant presence in the East End. Hobson's writings on this topic will be discussed in the, quote, antisemitism section below. New section, the parasitical rich. By the mid-1890s, Hobson, quote, was more likely to use the language of biology as a weapon against the rich and their unearned incomes, end quote, rather than the parasitical poor. See Kane, 2002. In this, Hobson was one with socialist-inclined groups such as the Fabians, for whom the notion of a parasitical class of non-workers feeding off the labor of others was a common rhetorical device. This critique of the, quote, parasitical sectors of industrial capitalism extended the classical radical liberal condemnation of, quote, old corruption, which had pitched the, quote, classes, an alliance of land, finance, and the Bank of England against the productive, quote, masses. This dualistic opposition lay behind Hobson's deep, quote, suspicion of the unproductive, quote, dealing and, quote, trading that comprised the increasingly dominant service economy in Britain, as opposed to the active, energetic, quote, making of the industrial sector. Sorry, I'm trying to look up old corruption, if that's like a concept. It looks like it might be, but it's not something that has a Wikipedia page, so it's not real. Whether rich or poor for Hobson, the end result of a parasitical existence was biological degeneration. Without productivity, without the expansion of energy, quote, one by one the higher activities are debilitated and cease to work. The attempt to consume without producing, to enjoy without effort, end quote, leads to a, quote, physical decay, end quote, which is the, quote, natural consequence of attempted evasions of the physical law which exercises the condition of digestion, end quote. Hobson, 1919. The answer to such, quote, wasteful deformations of the spirit of industrialism for Hobson was not the overthrow or even systemic transformation of capitalist society. Hobson's aim was not the abolition of private property or the, quote, competitive system, end quote, nor the socialization of, quote, all instruments of production, distribution, and exchange, end quote, but that the state should provide workers with the economic and educational resources needed to employ, quote, their personal powers for their personal advantage and enjoyment, end quote, within the organic structures of a harmonious social community. In 1899, Hobson made clear his opposition to the stoking of, quote, class division as a response to social ills, writing that the emergent labor movement, quote, is distinctively a class movement and as such must simply be regarded as the largest form of individualism, end quote. Hobson. Quoted in Frieden, 1978. Focusing on the demands of labor alone represented a form of partialism which merely inverted the monopolistic power of big business that had deformed the social whole, whereas individuals looking to their individual advantage individually did not threaten the harmony of the whole, end parenthesis. Hobson thus called for, quote, concrete reforms, which would encourage a, quote, spirit of ethical democracy, binding individuals and classes by a conscious bond of moral fellowship, end quote. Hobson. The end result would be a, quote, social harmony, which entailed self-sacrifice and altruism, end quote, on the part of each of its members, whatever their social position. In this, his perspective crossed over with that of his imperial protectionist opponent, Joseph Chamberlain, who too advocated for, quote, an alliance of producers of combined industrial capitalists and workers against landlords and rentiers, end quote. See Kane, 2002. Wikipedia says, Joseph Chamberlain lived from 1836 to 1914, was a British statesman who was first a radical liberal, then a liberal unionist after opposing Home Rule for Ireland, and eventually was a leading imperialist in coalition with conservatives. Joseph Chamberlain split both major British parties in the course of his career. Joseph Chamberlain was the father, by different marriages, of Nobel Peace Prize winner Austen Chamberlain and of Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain. Chamberlain made his career in Birmingham, first as a manufacturer of screws and then as a notable mayor of Birmingham. Chamberlain was a radical Liberal Party member and an opponent of the Elementary Education Act of 1870 on the basis that it could result in subsidizing Church of England schools with local ratepayers' money. As a self-made businessman, Joseph Chamberlain had never attended university and had contempt for the aristocracy. Joseph Chamberlain entered the House of Commons at 39 years of age, relatively late in life compared to politicians from more privileged backgrounds.
rising to power through his influence with the liberal grassroots organization. He served as president of the Board of Trade in the Second Gladstone Ministry, 1880 to 1885. At the time, Chamberlain was notable for his attacks on the Conservative leader, Lord Salisbury, and in the 1885 general election, he proposed the, quote, unauthorized program, which was not enacted, of benefits for newly enfranchised agricultural laborers, including the slogan promising, quote, 3 acres and a cow. Chamberlain resigned from the Third Gladstone Ministry in 1886 in opposition to Irish Home Rule. He helped to engineer a Liberal Party split and became a Liberal Unionist, a party which included a bloc of MPs based in and around Birmingham. From the 1895 general election, the Liberal Unionists were in coalition with the Conservative Party under Chamberlain's former opponent, Lord Salisbury. In that government, Chamberlain promoted the Workmen's Compensation Act of 1897. Chamberlain was Secretary of State for the Colonies, promoting a variety of schemes to build up the British Empire in Asia, Africa, and the West Indies. He had major responsibility for causing the Second Boer War, which happened from 1899 to 1902 in South Africa, and was the government minister most responsible for the war effort. Joseph Chamberlain became a dominant figure in the Unionist government's re-election at the, quote, khaki election in 1900. In 1903, Joseph Chamberlain resigned from the cabinet to campaign for tariff reform, i.e. taxes on imports as opposed to the existing policy of free trade with no tariffs. Joseph Chamberlain obtained the support of most Unionist MPs for his stance, but the Unionists suffered a landslide defeat at the 1906 general election. Shortly after public celebrations of his 70th birthday in Birmingham, he was disabled by a stroke, ending his public career. Despite never becoming prime minister, Joseph Chamberlain was one of the most important British politicians of his day, as well as a renowned orator and municipal reformer. Historian David Nichols notes that his personality was not attractive. Joseph Chamberlain was arrogant and ruthless and much hated. Joseph Chamberlain never succeeded in his grand ambitions. However, Joseph Chamberlain was a highly proficient grassroots organizer of democratic instincts and played the central role in winning the Second Boer War. Joseph Chamberlain is most famous for setting the agenda of British colonial, foreign, tariff, and municipal policies, and for deeply splitting both major political parties. Future Prime Minister Winston Churchill remarked that despite never being Prime Minister, Chamberlain made the political weather, end quote. Back to the text. Chamberlain's, quote, tariff reform movement, which sought to end global free trade and establish a protectionist trading bloc within the British Empire, argued that Britain had lost Britain's, quote, primary, parenthesis, agriculture, and, quote, secondary, parenthesis, Chamberlain's, quote, tariff reform movement, which sought to end global free trade and establish a protectionist trading bloc with the British Empire, argued that Britain had lost Britain's, quote, primary, parenthesis, agriculture, end parenthesis, and, quote, secondary, parenthesis, manufacturing, end parenthesis, industry to foreign competition, and had been reduced to, quote, tertiary, end quote, pursuits, commerce, finance, services, parenthesis, see Semmel, 1960, end parenthesis. Let's see. Wikipedia says the Tariff Reform League was a protectionist British pressure group formed in 1903 to protest against what they considered to be unfair foreign imports and to advocate imperial preference to protect British industry from foreign competition. The Tariff Reform League was well funded and included politicians, intellectuals, and businessmen, and was popular with the grassroots of the Conservative Party. The Tariff Reform League was internally opposed to the Unionist Free Food League, later Unionist Free Trade Club, but that had virtually disappeared as a viable force by 1910. By 1914, the Tariff Reform League had approximately 250,000 members. It is associated with the national campaign of Joseph Chamberlain, the most outspoken and charismatic supporter of tariff reform. The historian Bruce Murray has claimed that the Tariff Reform League, quote, possessed fewer prejudice against large-scale government expenditure than any other political group in Edwardian Britain, end quote. Bruce Murray. The League wanted to see the British Empire transformed into a single trading bloc to compete with Germany and the United States. The Tariff Reform League favored imposing duties on imports, as did Germany and the United States, and the channeling of the money raised from these duties into social reforms. High import duties, the League claimed, would make increasing other taxes unnecessary. However, opponents claimed that protection would mean dearer food, especially bread. Sir Cyril Arthur Pearson was its chairman, and Sir Harry Britton, a founding member. Sir Henry Pagecroft was chairman of its organization committee. Cyril Arthur Pearson was later succeeded as chairman of the League by Viscount Ridley. In December 1903, Joseph Chamberlain announced the establishment of the Tariff Commission under the auspices of the Tariff Reform League. William Hewins, the economist and first director of the London School of Economics from 1895 to 1903, was secretary, and Sir Robert Herbert, the first Premier of Queensland, Australia, was chairman. The commission consisted of 59 businessmen whose brief was to construct a, quote, scientific tariff, which would achieve full tariff reform objectives. Tariff reform split the MPs of the Conservative Party and their government coalition allies in the Liberal Unionist Party, and was the major factor in its landslide defeat in 1906 to the Liberals, who advocated free trade. The Conservative Party under Bonar Law slightly downplayed tariff reform as official policy, abandoning Balfour's pledge that it would be put to the public in a referendum. Some wartime tariffs, quote, McKenna duties, were ironically introduced by the Liberal Chancellor Reginald McKenna in 1915. Shortly after the First World War, the Tariff Reform League was disbanded, although other organizations promoting the same cause were still active in the 1920s. One such organization was the Fair Trade Union, created by Joseph Chamberlain's son, Neville, and the Conservative MP Leo Amery. The British Commonwealth Union, led by Patrick Hannon, was another. Tariff reform became official Conservative policy under Stanley Baldwin and was the major issue of the 1923 general election. The Conservative Party lost its majority in the election, and tariff reform was again dropped until the 1930s. Protectionism was eventually introduced by the Ottawa Agreements in 1932. Joseph's son, Neville Chamberlain, was Chancellor at the time, and then dismantled at U.S. insistence, Article 7 of the Wartime Lend-Lease Agreement, in the 1940s. Back to the text. The domestic shift to, quote, unproductive employment was held responsible for British economic crises, with the blame pinned on, quote, cosmopolitan capitalists, whose interests were opposed to those of the nation. This argument provided a crucial plank in Hobson's first attempts to theorize imperialism. New section. Underconsumption and the, quote, organic theory of surplus value, end quote. read the Wikipedia for underconsumption. Underconsumption is a theory in economics that recessions and stagnation arise from an inadequate consumer demand relative to the amount produced. In other words, there is a problem of overproduction and overinvestment during a demand crisis. The theory formed the basis for the development of Keynesian economics and the theory of aggregate demand after the 1930s. Underconsumption theory narrowly refers to heterodox economists in Britain in the 19th century, particularly from 1815 onward, who advanced the theory of underconsumption and rejected classical economics in the form of Ricardian economics. The economists did not form a unified school, and their theories were rejected by the mainstream economics of the time. Underconsumption is an old concept in economics that goes back to the 1598 French mercantilist text, The Treasures of Riches to Put the State in Splendor, by Barthélemy de Laffemas, if not earlier. The concept of underconsumption had been used repeatedly as part of the criticism of Say's law until underconsumption theory was largely replaced by Keynesian economics, which points to a more complete explanation of the failure of aggregate demand to attain potential output, i.e., the level of production corresponding to full employment. One of the early underconsumption theories says that because workers are paid a wage less than they produce, the workers cannot buy back as much as they produce. Thus, there will always be inadequate demand for the product. In his book, Underconsumption Theories from 1976, Michael Blenny defined two main elements of classical pre-Keynesian underconsumption theory. First, the only source of recession, stagnation, and other aggregate demand failures was inadequate consumer demand. Second, a capitalist economy tends toward a state of persistent depression because of this. Thus, underconsumption is not seen as part of business cycles as much as, perhaps, the general economic environment in which they occur. Compared to the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, which has a similar belief in stagnation as the natural stable state, but which is otherwise distinct and in critical opposition to underconsumption theory. Keynesianism. Modern Keynesian economics has largely superseded underconsumption theories. Falling consumer demand need not cause a recession, since other parts of aggregate demand may rise to counteract this effect. These other elements are private fixed investment in factories, machines, and housing, government purchases of goods and services, and exports, net of imports, Further, few economists believe that persistent stagnation is the normal state toward which a capitalist economy tends. But it is possible in Keynesian economics that falling consumption, say due to low and falling real wages, can cause a recession or deepening stagnation. Marxian underconsumption theories. The case is frequently made that Marx's position toward underconsumption is ambivalent. On the one hand, Marx wrote that, quote, the last cause of all real crises always remains the poverty and restricted consumption of the masses as compared to the tendency of capitalist production to develop the productive forces in such a way that only the absolute power of consumption of the entire society would be their limit, end quote. Marx. However, in Volume 2 of Das Kapital, Marx provides the following critique of underconsumptionist theory, quote, it is sheer redundancy to say that crises are produced by the lack of paying consumption or paying consumers. The capitalist system recognizes only paying consumers, with the exception of those in receipt of poor law support or the, quote, rogues. When commodities are unsaleable, it's simply the unsalability of those commodities means simply that there are no purchasers or consumers for those commodities. When people attempt to give this redundancy an appearance of some deeper meaning by saying that the working class does not receive enough of the working class's own product and that the evil would be dispelled immediately if it received a greater share, i.e., if its wages were increased, all one can say is that crises are invariably preceded by periods in which wages in general rise, and the working class receives a relatively greater share of the annual product intended for consumption. From the standpoint of these valiant upholders of, quote, plain common sense, end quote, such periods should prevent the coming of crises. It would appear, therefore, that capitalist production includes conditions which are independent of goodwill or bad will, ... end quote. That actually seems important for this text that I'm reading, is that quote from Marx. It would appear, therefore, that capitalist production includes conditions which are independent of goodwill or bad will, ... end quote. Marx argued that the primary source of capitalist crisis was not located in the realm of consumption, but rather in production. In general, as Anwar Sheikh has argued, production creates the basis for consumption because production puts purchasing power into the hands of workers and fellow capitalists. To produce anything requires the individual capitalist to buy machines, capital goods, and employ workers. In Volume 3, Part 3 of Das Kapital, Marx presents a theory of crisis which is solidly grounded in the contradictions he sees in the realm of capitalist production, the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. Marx argues that as the capitalists compete with each other, the capitalists strive to replace human laborers with machines. This raises what Marx called the, quote, organic composition of capital, end quote. However, capitalist profit is based upon living, not, quote, dead, i.e., machine labor. Thus, as the organic composition of capital rises, the rate of profit tends to fall. Eventually, this will cause a fall in the mass of profit, giving way to decline and crisis. Many advocates of Marxian economics reject underconsumptionist stagnation theories. However, the Marxian economist James Devine has pointed to two possible roles for underconsumption in the business cycle and the origins of the Great Depression of the 1930s. First, James Devine interprets the dynamics of the U.S. economy in the 1920s as being one of overinvestment relative to demand, stagnant wages, relative to labor productivity, mean that working class consumer spending also stagnates. As noted above, this does not mean that the economy as a whole must dwell in the economic cellar. In the 1920s, private fixed investment soared, as did, quote, luxury consumption, by the capitalists, boosted by high profits and optimistic expectations. Some growth of working class consumption occurred, but corresponded to increased indebtedness. In theory, the government and foreign sectors could also have counteracted stagnation, but this did not happen in that era, The problem with this kind of economic boom is that it becomes increasingly unstable, somewhat akin to a bubble affecting a financial market. Eventually, in 1929, the overinvestment boom ended, leaving unused industrial capacity and debt obligations, discouraging immediate recovery. Note that Devine does not see all booms in these terms. In the late 1960s, the U.S. saw, quote, overinvestment relative to supply, end quote, in which abundant accumulation pulls up wages and raw material costs, depressing the rate of profit on the supply side. Second, once a recession has occurred, e.g. from 1931 to 33, private investment can be blocked by debt, unused capacity, pessimistic expectations, and increasing social unrest. In this case, capitalists try to raise their rates of profit by cutting wages and raising labor productivity, by speeding up production, The problem is that while this may be rational for the individual, it is irrational for the capitalist class as a whole. Cutting wages relative to productivity lowers consumer demand relative to potential output. With other sources of aggregate demand blocked, this actually hurts profitability by lowering demand. Devine terms this problem the, quote, underconsumption trap. History. 16th century through the 18th century, mercantilism. Underconsumption theories date to the earlier economic theory of mercantilism, and an early history of underconsumption is given in Mercantilism by Elie Heckscher. Underconsumption was a small part of mercantilist theory in Heckscher's view, but was discussed by a number of authors. The earliest reference given was to Barthélemy de Laffemas, who in 1598, in The Treasures and Riches to Put the State in Splendor, quote, denounced the objectors to the use of French silks on the grounds that all purchasers of French luxury goods created a livelihood for the poor, whereas the miser caused them to die in distress, end quote. An early form of the paradox of thrift. A number of other 17th century authors, English, German, and French, stated similar sentiments, which Heckscher summarizes as, quote, the deep-rooted belief in the utility of luxury and the evil of thrift. Thrift, in fact, was regarded as the cause of unemployment, and for two reasons. In the first place, because real income was believed to diminish by the amount of money which did not enter into exchange, and secondly, because saving was believed to withdraw money from circulation, end quote. Heckscher. The Fable of the Bees by Bernard Mandeville of 1714 was credited by Keynes as the most popular exposition of underconsumptionism of the Fable of the Bees' time, because The Fable of the Bees by Bernard Mandeville caused such an uproar, being seen as an attack against Christian virtues, especially attacking temperance, that underconsumptionism was not mentioned in, quote, respectable circles, end quote, for another century, until underconsumptionism was raised in the later Malthus. 19th century. Malthus devoted a chapter of Principles, 1836, to underconsumption theory, which was rebutted by David Ricardo in his Notes on Malthus, and which debate continued in private correspondence. Malthus was credited by Keynes as a predecessor for his views on effective demand, and other than Malthus, Keynes did not credit the existence of other proponents of underconsumption, stating instead that Ricardo, quote, conquered English economics. This is now understood to be false. Other British proponents of underconsumptionism are now well established, but as Keynes demonstrated, they were poorly documented and by the 1930s not well known. Furthermore, they did not form a unified school, but rather related heterodox ideas. The Birmingham School of Economists argued an underconsumptionist theory from 1815, and some of the writings of the school's leading member, Thomas Atwood, contained formulations of the multiplier effect and an income expenditure model. In continental Europe, Jean-Charles Léonard de Sismondi proposed underconsumption and overproduction as causes of the economic cycle in his Nouveau Principe d'économie politique. I'm guessing that's New Principles of Political Economy, published in 1819, and one of the earliest systematic treatments of economic cycles. Properly, Sismondi discussed periodic economic crises, while the notion of a cycle was devised by Charles Dunoyer in his reconciliation of Sismondi's work with classical economics. The multiplier dates to the work of in the 1890s of Australian economist Alfred de Lisa, the Danish politician Julius Wolff, and the German-American economist Nicholas Johansson. Nicholas Johansson was also proposed a theory of effective demand in the 1890s. The paradox of thrift was stated in 1892 by John M. Robertson in his The Fallacy of Savings, and similar sentiments date to antiquity.
in addition to the mercantilist statements cited above. Quote, there is that scattereth and yet increaseth, and there is that withholdeth more than is meant, but it tendeth to poverty. The liberal soul shall be made fat, and he that watereth shall be watered also himself. End quote. Proverbs 11:24-25. I don't know. 20th century, pre-Keynes. An underconsumption theory of the economic cycle was given by J.A. Hobson in his Industrial System, published in 1910. William Trufant Foster and Waddell Catchings developed a theory of underconsumption in the 1920s that became highly influential among policymakers. The argument was the governmental intervention, especially spending on public works programs, was essential to restore the balance between production and consumption. The theory strongly influenced Herbert Hoover and Franklin Delano Roosevelt to engage in massive public works projects. Legacy. Today, these ideas, regardless of provenance, are grouped in academia under the rubric of, quote, Keynesian economics, due to Keynes's role in consolidating, elaborating, and popularizing them. Keynes himself specifically discussed underconsumption, parenthesis, which he wrote under-consumption, end quote, in parenthesis, in the general theory of employment, interest, and money. Criticism. The theory of underconsumption has been criticized by classical economists such as James Mill and Adam Smith, who wrote, quote, what is prudent in the conduct of every private family can scarce be folly in that of a great kingdom, end quote, on grounds of Christian morality. These criticisms were revised by Austrian economics. Back to the text. And the section that I'm about to read is underconsumption and the, quote, organic theory of surplus value, end quote. That, quote, underconsumption, end quote, lies at the root of social problems in modern industrial society and is also the main driver of imperialism, is perhaps the idea most associated with Hobson and the new liberalism in general. Hobson himself regards underconsumption as the principal source of his self-styled, quote, economic heresy. Hobson, 2011. The main heresy involved was the rejection of the principle hitherto at the heart of liberal political economy that, quote, thrift and, quote, abstinence were the keys to a thriving capitalist economy. 1 second. That, quote, thrift, in quote, for Hobson, the problem was with contemporary capitalism was too much thrift, not too little, leading to, quote, over-saving, a glut of unused and thus, quote, wasted capital in the hands of business owners. The flip side of the, quote, over-saving of one section of the community was, quote, under-consumption by another. A lack of spending power amongst workers leads to a general lack of demand across society. This results in a corresponding reduction in production, with economic depression and unemployment the final outcome. The solution to the crisis-ridden condition of modern industrial society, and the only, quote, guarantee of social progress, end quote, was therefore for the state to actively seek to improve, quote, the quality and character of consumption, end quote, across society, distributing the power to consume and supplying the moral education required to ensure that consumption was socially beneficial. The idea of underconsumption was a logical development of Hobson's biological social paradigm. At underconsumption's heart is the idea that there is, as Hobson put it, in Hobson's 1896 book, The Problem of the Unemployed, quote, a natural relation between production and consumption, between effort and satisfaction, end quote. Gotta look that book up. Hobson, The Problem of the Unemployed. This book looks like it received a revival, a Routledge revival. The Problems of the Unemployed, an Inquiry and an Economic Policy. And the description says, first published in 1896, The Problem of the Unemployed, an Inquiry and an Economic Policy, considers the question of the unemployed at the height of imperialist capitalism. Hobson proposes a controversial theory of social progress, which argues that unemployment is a natural and necessary result of the maldistribution of consumption power. In a comprehensive assessment of the practicalities of capitalism, The Problem of the Unemployed considers the root causes and meaning of unemployment and possible solutions to the issue. The table of contents of The Problem of the Unemployed, an Inquiry and an Economic Policy says, preface 1, the meaning of, quote, unemployment. 2, the measure of unemployment. 3, does unemployment grow? 4, minor causes of unemployment. 5, the root cause of unemployment. 6, the economic remedy. 7, bimetallism and trade depression. 8, palliatives of unemployment. Back to the text. At its heart, the idea of underconsumption's heart is the idea that there is, as Hobson put it in his 1896 book, The Problem of the Unemployed, quote, a natural relation between production and consumption, between effort and satisfaction, end quote. This was, in effect, a reiteration of the famous, quote, Say's law, one of the founding tenets of classical political economy, which stated that production creates production's own demand. In short, that left to its own devices, there would be a natural balance between production and consumption within any domestic economy. Under consumption, a lack of demand in the economy must therefore be the result of external interference in this natural harmony. Wikipedia says, in classical economics, Say's law, or the law of markets, is the claim that the production of a product creates demand for another product by providing something of value which can be exchanged for that other product. So production is the source of demand. In his principal work, A Treatise on Political Economy, Jean-Baptiste Say wrote, quote, a product is no sooner created than the product, from that instant, affords a market for other products to the full extent of its own value, end quote. Jean-Baptiste Say. And also, quote, as each of us can only purchase the productions of others with his/her own products, as the value we can buy is equal to the value we can produce, the more men can produce, the more they will purchase, end quote. Say. Some maintain that Jean-Baptiste Say further argued that this law of markets implies that a general glut, a widespread excess of supply over demand, cannot occur. If there is a source of one good, there must be unmet demand for another. Quote, if certain goods remain unsold, it is because other goods are not produced, end quote. However, according to Peter Johnson, Say does not claim a general glut cannot occur, and in fact acknowledges that general gluts can occur. Say's law has been one of the principal doctrines used to support the laissez-faire belief
that a capitalist economy will naturally tend toward full employment and prosperity without government intervention. Over the years, at least two objections to Say's law have been raised. General gluts do occur, particularly under recessions and depressions. Economic agents may collectively choose to increase the amount of savings economic agents hold, thereby reducing demand but not supply. Say's law was generally accepted throughout the 19th century, though modified to incorporate the idea of a, quote, boom and bust, end quote, cycle. During the worldwide Great Depression of the 1930s, the theories of Keynesian economics disputed Say's conclusions. Scholars disagree on the question of whether it was Say who first stated the principle, but by convention, Say's law has been another name for the law of markets ever since John Maynard Keynes used the term in the 1930s. Back to the text. Where am I? This was in fact a reiteration of the famous, quote, Say's law, one of the founding tenets of classical political economy, which stated that production creates production's own demand. In short, that left to its own devices, there would be a natural balance between production and consumption within any domestic economy. Under consumption, a lack of demand in the economy must therefore be the result of external interferences in this natural harmony. At the core of Hobson's theory was an idea whose origins once again lay in the previous era of liberal thought, John Stuart Mill's notion of the, quote, unearned increment, end quote, itself based on David Ricardo's theory of rent. Wikipedia says, unearned increment is an increase in the value of land or any property without expenditure of any kind on the part of the proprietor. Unearned increment is an early statement of the notion of unearned income. Unearned increment was coined by John Stuart Mill, who proposed taxing unearned income so that unearned income benefits every member of a society. Back to the text. And Wikipedia says the law of rent states that the rent of a land site is equal to the economic advantage obtained by using the site in the site's most productive use relative to the advantage obtained by using marginal, parenthesis, i.e. the best rent-free, end parenthesis, land for the same purpose, given the same inputs of labor and capital. That wasn't very helpful, was it? Or maybe it was to you, it confused me. Back to the text. Ricardo had argued that landowners accrued rents from the happenstance of having inherited fertile land rather than any productive endeavor. Mill extended Ricardo's analysis to the industrial city, arguing that, quote, unearned incomes, end quote, were now also being derived, quote, from the growth of towns, end quote. This move allowed new liberals to repurpose, quote, traditional liberal arguments against monopoly and privilege, end quote, to win support for new taxes on property to pay for social reforms. Hobson developed Mill's insight further, arguing that cooperative activity, both within the act of production itself and the wider economy, made a, quote, distinctive contribution to the total sum of economic wealth that was, quote, different both in quantity and in character from that which the unorganized activities of the individual participants could compass, end quote. Hobson, 1930. A portion, parenthesis, although by no means all, end parenthesis, of the economic value produced by society was generated through the productive power inherent in cooperation
and thus exceeded the total contributed by land, labor, and capital, classical political economy's, quote, factors of production, end quote. For Hobson, quote, this was a difference which could not be comprehended except in organic terms, end quote. Surplus value above and beyond the contribution of each economic, quote, factor is the material manifestation of the organic unity of society. Given its social origins, this, quote, social surplus, end quote, should be claimed by the community as a whole via taxation and the limitation of private property. Hobson did not identify one particular economic, quote, factor, or the social group associated with it, rentiers, capitalists, workers, as the permanent recipient of this, quote, unearned income. What decided which factor did, when it came down to it, accrue to the social surplus was not inherent in the structure of the economy, but rather relied on the relative bargaining power and institutional resources of each group after the moment of production. Hobson was clear that in the capitalist society of his day, capital did indeed claim the lion's share of the social surplus, with labor losing out. But this, Hobson argued, was not, quote, a theoretical necessity, end quote, but a mere, quote, empirical fact based on the current balance of institutional powers between capital, labor, landowners, and the state. Although Hobson's focus on the, quote, intrusion of force into the bargaining process, end quote, between economic factors competing to claim the social surplus carries resonances of Marxian theories of class struggle, Hobson regarded his work as fundamentally distinct. For Hobson, Marxists recognized the existence of a social surplus, but Marxists did not, quote, correctly appreciate social surplus's organic nature, and thus erred in assigning social surplus to the proletariat rather than the public, end quote. Hobson, as quoted in, I don't know if that quote is from Hobson or from Alette, or if it's Hobson quoted in Alette. It doesn't say Hobson quoted in Alette, so I'm going to assume that's Alette, 1981. Footnote. For his efforts, Hobson was labeled a, quote, social fascist by the British Communist Party. And footnote. Nor did Marxists, quote, give credence to the full economy of cost involved in production, end quote. Hobson regarded abstinence to be the ultimate origin of capital, and capital as being productive of wealth, in that capital-intensive machinery saved more labor time than the cost of producing the machines. Hobson therefore rejected the classical Marxian understanding of capital as, quote, crystallized labor, end quote, meaning the creation of labor-saving technology is itself the result of previously exploited labor, and insisted that any surplus from labor-saving machinery belonged to capital by right. Thus, the new liberals were by no means making a claim that, quote, all value is social, end quote, as Hobson put it. The task was rather to, quote, distinguish the individual from the social factors in wealth, end quote. The question of where the line was to be drawn was not to be answered with demands for workers to receive the full fruits of the productive process, popularly taken to be Marx's position. Although in truth closer to that of Ferdinand Lassalle, and indeed explicitly rejected by Marx in his Critique of the Gotha program, but rather on the grounds of social utility. In Hobson's view, appropriation of the social surplus by particular interest was another manifestation of socially destructive waste. It stripped the surplus of the surplus's economic functionality, necessarily leading to oversaving and underconsumption, by severing the connection between, quote, effort and reward, end quote,
that lay at the heart of an efficient social system. This effort could come in the form of abstinence or the act of labor itself. Hobson applied here a peculiar, somewhat naive set of psychological ideal types. Those who had worked hard and sacrificed to save would not oversave, as they would reward themselves for the sacrifice once it had come to fruition. By contrast, those accruing a social surplus towards which they had contributed nothing had no motivation to expand their consumption. Hobson believed that the rich man may have, quote, the power to consume, but, end quote, not the, quote, desire, end quote. 1896. It was here, at the supposed natural limit of desire, at the point of equilibrium between effort and reward, that Hobson drew the line between legitimate accumulation and, quote, parasitism. It is clear that for Hobson, an unequal distribution of resources was not inherent in the system of capitalist production. It was the result of a choice. If capitalists were behaving in a parasitical manner, appropriating surplus that was owed to the whole of society, then this was because the state had not recognized the organic nature of the surplus and acted accordingly. It is this insistence on the element of choice in the maldistribution of social wealth, a kind of moralistic voluntarism, that separates Hobson and the new liberals from classical Marxian critiques of capitalist appropriation, according to which surplus value automatically and within capitalist society, quote, rightfully, end quote, accrues to the capitalist by virtue of ownership of the means of production and the commodification of labor power, a process which the state can temporarily ameliorate but not halt. But beyond this, the distinction between Hobson's analysis and most traditional forms of Marxism is less clear than either side supposed. Both traditions ultimately rest on a, quote, distributive critique of capitalism, in which what is problematized is the distribution of resources and control of production, rather than capitalism as a historically specific form of social reproduction. Neither makes any distinction between, quote, wealth and the form that wealth takes under capitalism, namely value, precisely that which lay behind Marx's rejection of the Gotha program. As such, while Hobson and traditional Marxists may disagree on which part of capitalist society, quote, deserves the, quote, social surplus and control of the productive process, both take a positive, uncritical attitude to the core components of that process. Both critiques thus leave the core dynamics of capitalist society untouched. It is a shared focus on distribution of the resources of capitalist production, rather than the social form of that production, which explains the continued appeal of Hobson's worldview for contemporary leftist movements.
New section, Imperialism. Hobson's theory of imperialism developed during the campaign against the 1899-1902 Boer War between Britain and the South African Republic / Transvaal, Orange Free State, and the Orange Free State, was ultimately connected to these ideals. As noted earlier, anti-imperialism in one form or another had a long and storied history within the British liberal movement, albeit one matched by an equally important tradition of liberal imperialism. Hobson's pioneering work on imperialism drew on both traditions in different ways, but this attempt to systematize his anti-imperialism within a broader theory of economic and political rationality undoubtedly represented a radically new approach to the question, and its long-term influence has been profound. The anti-imperialism of the classical liberal tradition depicted the expansion of overseas territory as another means for the, quote, aristocratic few, end quote, to enhance the aristocratic few's power and prestige at the expense of the, quote, many, increasing the power of the military and presenting endless justifications for higher taxation. Great importance was, again, attached to the, quote, City of London and metropolitan finance within, quote, the complex of interests behind colonialism and aggression overseas, end quote. This position was closely linked to opposition to any rise in national debt, regarded as a ploy by financial and landed interests to amass, quote, unproductive wealth and stymie industry and free trade. The focus of critique was thus more on the deleterious consequences of imperialism for the British political and economic system rather than concern for the rights or welfare of the colonized peoples themselves. By the 1880s, a new strand of, quote, liberal internationalism, end quote, extended the classical critique, insisting, quote, on both the possibility and the moral necessity of progressive change in the structures and norms of world order, end quote. Bell, 2009. Conflict between, quote, civilized states should be replaced by cooperation through international trade and law. However, as Duncan Bell notes, while for some, quote, empire was inimical to progress, for others, empire was, if enacted properly, an agent of progress, end quote. Duncan Bell. According to Wikipedia, Duncan Bell, born in 1976, is professor of political thought and international relations at the University of Cambridge and a fellow of Christ's College, Cambridge. Back to the text. Those in the latter camp founded this belief on what Hobson himself called a, quote, radical distinction, end quote, between, quote, colonialism and, quote, imperialism. In the opening section of Hobson's Imperialism, Hobson writes that colonialism, consisting of, quote, the migration of part of a nation to a vacant or sparsely peopled foreign lands, end quote, can be, quote, considered a genuine expansion of nationality, a territorial enlargement of the stock, language, and institutions of the nation, end quote, and thus broadly positive. Imperialism, by contrast, describes the wielding of political power by a minority of whites, quote, the majority of which, quote, are not descended from British settlers, end quote, over a, quote, vast preponderance of, quote, subject or, quote, inferior races, end quote. Within the, quote, alien, climatic, and other natural conditions, end quote, which, quote, mark out a civilization distinct from that of the, quote, mother country, end quote, end quote. This distinction again rests upon biologically influenced ideas of organic communities and parasitism. As Kane puts it, Hobson believed that, quote, nations have ends or ideals, end quote, of nations' own, and that, quote, places like North America, end quote, founded through, quote, emigration and colonization, were extensions of bracket British and bracket civilization, and thus organic growths, end quote. Hobson. This led Hobson to propose, in a manner strikingly similar to Carl Schmitt's later concept of Großraum, the idea of multiple imperialist, quote, federations between those, quote, states most closely related by ties of common blood, language, and institutions, end quote. Bell, 2009. Unlike colonialism, imperialism was the implantation of an alien community upon a racially, culturally, environmentally, and psychologically distinct other, and thus a form of biological malfunction. In The Social Problem, published a year before Imperialism, Hobson drew on the psychologist Gustave Le Bon's idea that different races have a, quote, common character, end quote, formed by deep-lying psychological structures which, quote, mold the destiny of nations, end quote, and cannot tolerate, quote, attempts at grafting alien sentiments and ideas, end quote, from an alien racial psychological structure. Thus, British rule in India and increasingly Africa was a form of, quote, parasitism, born of a lack of organic connection between the, quote, physical and psychical, end quote, character of the British and Indian peoples. And Wikipedia says Gustave Le Bon lived from 1841 to 1931 and was a French polymath whose areas of interest included anthropology, psychology, sociology, medicine, invention, and physics. Le Bon is best known for his 1895 work, The Crowd, a Study of the Popular Mind, which is considered one of the seminal works of crowd psychology. A native of Nogent-le-Rotrou, Le Bon qualified as a doctor of medicine at the University of Paris in 1866. Le Bon opted against the formal practice of medicine as a physician, instead beginning his writing career the same year of his graduation. He published a number of medical articles and books before joining the French army after the outbreak of the Franco-Prussian War. Defeat in the war, coupled with a first-hand witness to the Paris Commune of 1871, strongly shaped Le Bon's worldview. Le Bon then traveled widely, touring Europe, Asia, and North Africa. Le Bon analyzed the peoples and the civilizations Le Bon encountered under the umbrella of the nascent field of anthropology, developing an essentialist view of humanity, and invented a portable cephalometer during his travels. In the 1890s, Gustave Le Bon turned to psychology and sociology, in which fields Gustave Le Bon released his most successful works. Le Bon developed the view that crowds are not the sum of their individual parts, proposing that within crowds there forms a new psychological entity, the characteristics of which are determined by the, quote, racial unconscious, end quote, of the crowd. At the same time Gustave Le Bon created his psychological and sociological theories, Gustave Le Bon performed experiments in physics and published popular books on the subjects, anticipating the mass energy equivalence and prophesizing the atomic age. Gustave Le Bon maintained his eclectic interest up until his death in 1931. Ignored or maligned by sections of the French academic and scientific establishment during Le Bon's life due to his politically conservative and reactionary views, Gustave Le Bon was critical of majoritarianism and socialism. Back to the text. Forget where I was. I don't know. The Social Problem, published a year before Imperialism, Hobson drew on the psychologist Gustave Le Bon's idea that different races have a, quote, common character formed by deep-lying psychological structures which, quote, mold the destiny of nations, end quote, and cannot tolerate, quote, attempts at grafting alien sentiments and ideas, end quote, from an alien racial psychological structure. Thus, British rule in India and increasingly Africa was a form of, quote, parasitism, born of a lack of organic connection between the, quote, physical and psychical, end quote, character of the British and Indian peoples. The maintenance of such parasitism led to the, quote, mental and even psychical degeneracy, end quote, of both peoples. Moreover, the struggle to enforce imperial rule on, quote, alien peoples, end quote, through autocratic means raised the prospect of such techniques being re-imported back home. Imperialism for Hobson was thus, quote, the enemy of democracy, both at home and abroad, end quote. The question this raised was what or who was driving the imperialist charge. New section.
The economic theory of imperialism. The origin of Hobson's theory can be traced to an 1898 article on, quote, free trade and foreign policy, in which Hobson pushed back against calls to solve Britain's domestic economic problems through the forcible opening of new markets abroad. Arguing that the benefits accrued for British industry from foreign trade had been substantially overestimated, he suggested that domestic trade was, quote, a more solid and substantial basis of industrial prosperity, end quote, than foreign trade, less susceptible to international politics and ensuring the, quote, full advantage, end quote, of any exchange remained within Britain, rather than being sent abroad. The root cause of the decline of British industry, he suggests, was not a lack of foreign markets, but rather domestic oversaving and underconsumption. Resources that could otherwise be used to raise consumption and thus production levels at home were instead being exported abroad. It was this dynamic which underpinned what Hobson called the, quote, new imperialism. Wikipedia says, in historical context, new imperialism characterizes a period of colonial expansion by European powers, the United States and Japan during the late 19th and early 20th centuries. The period featured an unprecedented pursuit of overseas territorial acquisitions. At the time, states focused on building their empires with new technological advances and developments, expanding their territory through conquest, and exploiting the resources of the subjected countries. During the era of new imperialism, the European powers and Japan individually conquered almost all of Africa and parts of Asia. The new wave of imperialism reflected ongoing rivalries among the great powers, the economic desire for new resources and markets, and a, quote, civilizing mission, end quote, ethos. Many of the colonies established during this era gained independence during the era of decolonization that followed World War II. The qualifier, quote, new, is used to differentiate modern imperialism from earlier imperial activity, such as the formation of ancient empires and the first wave of European colonization. Back to the text. The logical conclusion was that boosting demand at home through state redistribution would remove the need for capital investment abroad, and thus imperialism would be eradicated. There was an inverse relation between imperialism and social reform at home. The more of the latter, the less of the former, and vice versa. Hobson thus writes that, quote, it is not industrial progress, end quote, or capitalism itself, quote, that demands the opening up of new markets and areas of investment, but maldistribution of consuming power which prevents the absorption of commodities and capital within the country, end quote. Again, the question of choice is crucial here. The increasing levels of inter-imperialist competition signaled by the, quote, scramble for Africa, end quote, were the result of a deliberate decision to favor, quote, a militant imperialism animated by the lust for quantitative growth, end quote, over, quote, a peaceful democracy engaged upon the bracket qualitative and bracket development of its natural resources, end quote. Hobson. Unlike Lenin or Rosa Luxemburg, for whom a critique of imperialism necessitated an attack on the fundamental principles of capital accumulation itself, for Hobson, both oversaving and imperialist expansion were the contingent result of an irrational abuse of the capitalist system, something that could and should be fixed within the terms of the current social organization. In Hobson's view, even in purely capitalist terms, choosing to carve out new imperial territory rather than redistributing the social surplus and raise demand at home was economically irrational, at least from the perspective of the national economy. Arguing that imperialism ran against the national economic interest set Hobson apart from later Marxist theorists, for whom imperialist expansion was necessary to stabilize the domestic economy
and provided additional benefit to the workers of the home country. New section, the Boer War. The Boer War provided the immediate trigger for Hobson's, quote, economic theory of imperialism. For the new liberals, the war in South Africa represented the pinnacle of the, quote, new imperialism invading Africa, a debased form of, quote, stock jobbing imperialism, end quote. See Fieldhouse, 1961. Directly driven by economic and especially financial interests rather than the, quote, natural expansion of a, quote, natural race. In 1899, as Hobson was beginning to flesh out these links between underconsumption and imperialism, Hobson was asked by the Manchester Guardian to go to South Africa and report on the growing tensions between the British and Boer settlers, focused on control of the Transvaal gold mines. Wikipedia says the province of Transvaal, commonly referred to as the Transvaal, was a province of South Africa from 1910 until 1994, when a new constitution divided the Transvaal following the end of apartheid. The name Transvaal refers to the province's geographical location to the north of the Vaal River. Its capital was Pretoria, which was also the country's executive capital. Back to the text. These articles were published in a book form as The War in South Africa. The description for this book says, The War in South Africa, Its Causes and Effects is a historical book written by John Atkinson Hobson in 1900. The book provides a detailed account of the causes and effects of the Boer War in South Africa. Hobson explores the political and economic factors that led to the conflict, including the tensions between British imperialism and Boer nationalism, the discovery of gold and diamonds in South Africa, and the struggle for control of the region's resources. The war in South Africa also delves into the military strategies employed by both sides during the war and the impact of the conflict on the people of South Africa, including the Boer and British soldiers, as well as the African population. Hobson provides a critical analysis of the war, questioning the motives of the British government and the morality of their actions in South Africa. Overall, quote, the war in South Africa is a comprehensive and thought-provoking account of a significant event in South African history, offering valuable insights into the complex political and economic forces that shape the region. This scarce antiquarian... Let's talk about the actual book. So I don't really need to read that. Back to the text. These articles were then published in book form as The War in South Africa in 1900. The British government justified the declaration of war as a defense of the political rights of British immigrants and fears that the Boers were seeking to challenge regional British control. Hobson rejected the account, instead viewing the war as, quote, a capitalist plot by investors in South African mines, end quote, driven by the financiers who controlled the mines and wanted greater control of the black labor force. See Alette, 1981. Hobson's experience in South Africa added two new elements to his developing theory of imperialism. The first was, quote, a strong sense of the international cosmopolitan nature of financial capitalism, end quote. Kane, 2002. Hobson argued that the level of French and German investment in the gold mines of the Rand, quote, largely outweighed the English interest, end quote. Hobson drew attention to the supposedly Jewish background of these foreign financiers, writing that, quote, the economic resources of the country, end quote, have been thrown more and more into the hands of a small group of international financiers, chiefly German in origin and Jewish in race. By superior ability, enterprise, and organization, these men have attained a practical supremacy. The stress which my analysis lays upon the Jew has reference to the class of foreign capitalists, of which the foreign Jew must be taken as the leading type. End quote. Hobson. The prime architects of the war were those, quote, whose trade is finance, and whose trade interest is not British, end quote, and who sought to, quote, add to their other business the business of politics, end quote. Hobson. It was, quote, not Hamburg, not Vienna, not Frankfurt, not Johannesburg, bracket that was, and bracket the New Jerusalem, end quote. Excuse me. It was, let me repeat that, I feel like I fucked that up. It was, quote, not Hamburg, not Vienna, not Frankfurt, but Johannesburg, bracket, that was, and bracket, the New Jerusalem, end quote. Hobson. In highlighting the role of Jewish financiers, Hobson hoped to demonstrate that the interests behind the war were not those of the British nation, but sectional and cosmopolitan. The idea of unproductive international financial interests being both counter to and more powerful than those of productive national, quote, industry, thus reproduced the dichotomy between, quote, industry and, quote, parasitism on the global stage. The second novel aspect built on the same dichotomy, namely the perversion of public discourse by the financial interests responsible for the war. The war had huge public support at home, despite being, in Hobson's view, counter to British interests. This lapse into, quote, jingoism was explained by Jewish control of the international press agencies whipping up support for the war. The, quote, Rand mining magnates, end quote, Hobson wrote, quote, are chief owners of at least 2 important London daily newspapers and of several considerable weekly papers, while the wider and ever-growing Jewish control over other organs of the press warrants a suspicion that the direct economic nexus between the English press and Rand finance is far stronger than is actually known, end quote. Hobson. As far back as 1892, Hobson had warned of the growing prominence of, quote, Jewish financiers in the, quote, increasingly commercialized bracket news and bracket ... syndicates, end quote, such as Reuters, cautioning that, quote, the press bracket was, and bracket, falling into the hands of this, of, quote, this active financial race, end quote, who were using their power to, quote, direct foreign policy along lines favorable to the bond-holding faction of the commercial community, end quote. Hobson. Some commentators, e.g. Porter, 1976, have noted a contradiction between Hobson's focus on the voluntarist conspiratorial machinations of individual international, parenthesis, Jewish, and parenthesis, financiers, underpinning imperialism, and his structural, parenthesis, and thus personal, and parenthesis, underconsumption thesis. But the central contention of the underconsumption thesis is that, quote, oversaving was the result of disproportionate institutional power and organization of different interest groups. The stronger that institutional power, the greater the distribution of resources that group can expect from the overall product. Without a deeper critique of the mechanisms of capital accumulation as such, the theory remains at the level of conspiracy, in the sense that inequality is not systemic, but the contingent product of efforts by different social groups to organize themselves in such a way as to maximize their returns. That an international finance media nexus could conspire to claim for themselves an oversized portion of the social value, thus runs with the grain of the theory as a whole. That nexus should be specifically categorized as Jewish, however, requires further explanation.
New section, Antisemitism. Hobson's anti-Semitism, evident in both Hobson's work on imperialism and, as we shall see, Hobson's analysis of poverty in London, was not merely an unfortunate personal quirk but had deep roots within the broader British liberal left tradition. Unlike other European countries where anti-Semitism was grounded in questions of civil society, about legal emancipation, universal political rights, in Britain, quote, the Victorian engagement of the race had an imperial complexion, end quote, with anti-Semitism tending to emerge in relation to foreign policy. Thus, the anti-Semitic, quote, agitations, end quote, that appeared in the 1870s were focused on the influence of, quote, foreign Jews on both imperial policy and the domestic economy. Traces of the anti-Semitic association of Jews with, quote, warmongering and imperialism that would later play such a central role in Hobson's assessment of the Boer War can be found in the 1870s controversy over the foreign policy of Benjamin Disraeli, still the sole British Prime Minister of Jewish background. Mindful of the need to defend the concept of empire, Disraeli had refused to support Bulgarian Christian nationalists against the Ottoman Empire and floated the possibility of military action in response to Russia's subsequent war on the Ottomans. This position was framed by opponents including William Gladstone as promoting, quote, Asiatic or Hebraic interest at the expense of the British national interest and those of liberalism in general. Disraeli was accused of seeking to, quote, imperialize the British Constitution on the basis that, quote, being of Jewish descent, end quote, he had, quote, no sympathy with English political life, end quote. Richard Koebner and Helmut Dan Schmidt suggest the new concept of, quote, imperialism first became, quote, a popular word in the English language as an anti-Disraeli slogan, end quote. Richard Koebner and Helmut Dan Schmidt. So I'm trying to look these people up. Richard Koebner and Helmut Dan Schmidt. Yeah, I'm not finding anything for either of these people. Richard Koebner and Helmut Dan Schmidt suggest the new concept of, quote, imperialism first became, quote, a popular word in the English language as an anti-Disraeli slogan, end quote. See Koebner and Schmidt, 1964. The, quote, first revulsion against imperialism, ... carried mild anti-Jewish overtones, end quote, from the outset, they suggest, so that the reappearance of many of the same anti-Jewish themes in the opposition to the Boer War 20 years later should come as no surprise. In the intervening period, the question of Jewish immigration became the main vector for anti-Semitism in Britain. In the 4 decades prior to the First World War, quote, between 120,000 and 150,000 Jews settled in Britain, end quote. Mostly Russian and East European Jews fleeing a wave of pogroms. Many settled in London's East End during a period where it was badly hit by recurrent economic crises. The combination of economic crisis, social distress, and immigration made the presence of Russian Jews a widespread topic for public debate, with a, quote, anti-alien, end quote, movement drawing support from across the political spectrum. This constituted a shift in the terrain of the so-called Jewish question in Britain, moving from a political and constitutional framing to a, quote, social problem, end quote. This is part of the general shift in which the new liberals were integral towards redefining the role of the state in the light of novel conceptions of the, quote, common good, and thus also the question of whether that good should include the Jewish immigrants. For Hobson, it was the possible, quote, social cost, end quote, imposed by the arrival of the immigrants in one of the poorest areas of the country that attracted Hobson's attention. Hobson's various journalistic articles on the, quote, Jewish question in London, later reworked for Hobson's 1881 book, Problems of Poverty, was not primarily concerned with the absolute numbers of migrants, but rather, quote, the quality of these immigrants, end quote. By this, Hobson did not mean the supposed uncleanliness or physical weakness that had alarmed some. Indeed, Hobson wrote that Jews were, quote, steady, industrious, quiet, sober, thrifty, quick to learn, and tolerably honest, end quote. Hobson. This evaluation was one widely shared by liberals, with Jews seen as the admirable epitome of hard work, self-reliance, and abstinence. But in Hobson's view, it was precisely these traits which made the, quote, foreign Jew, end quote, such a terrible competitor. He is the nearest approach to the ideal, quote, economic, end quote, man, admirable in domestic morality and an orderly citizen. The Jew is almost void of social morality. No compunction or consideration for his fellow worker will keep the Jew from underselling and overreaching them, end quote. Hobson. We have already seen how Hobson adopted John Ruskin's romantic critique of the, quote, economic man, end quote, the man with no interest in, quote, subjective wealth, end quote, of beauty, art, and morality, who cares only for the, quote, objective wealth, end quote, of money. For Hobson, the, quote, foreign Jew personified this, quote, economic man, to a degree hitherto unknown in Britain, and it was therefore the arrival of competition from this particular source, Eastern European Jewry, rather than competition in itself, that gave him alarm. For Hobson and for other observers such as the Fabian, Beatrice Webb, Jews lacked the, quote, capacity for combination, end quote. Parenthesis, in the sense of striking or building trade unions, end parenthesis. And were, quote, unchecked by social feeling of class loyalty and trade integrity, end quote. See Holmes, 2016. Jewish migrants were willing to, quote, work at any level of wages, end quote, driving down, quote, the rate of wages even below what represents starvation point for the native worker, end quote, and leading to the persistence of, quote, sweating workshops, end quote. I think one of the main interesting things about like Jewish workers in England that I know of, just as a side note, is like the work of Rudolf Rocker, the anarcho-syndicalist in that part of England after he migrated from Germany. I don't believe Rudolf Rocker was Jewish himself. This antisocial tendency was compounded by the financial support offered to Jewish immigrants by the Jewish Board of Guardians. Wikipedia says the Board of Guardians for the Relief of the Jewish Poor, or as it was most generally known, the Jewish Board of Guardians, was a charity established by the upper-class Jewish community in the East End of London in 1859. The Jewish Board of Guardians sought to provide relief for Jewish immigrants and soon became the central provider of relief for the Jewish poor in London. After an amalgamation with other charities in the 1990s, the Jewish Board of Guardians became Jewish Care, an organization that still exists today. Back to the text.
While the board argued that they prevented Jewish migrants from becoming an economic burden to Britain, for Hobson such grants were counterproductive, not only attracting more migrants but exacerbating the quote sweating problem by encouraging Jewish immigrants to become quote masters of their own sweatshop, even if this meant forfeiting a laborer's wage. Hobson argued that, quote, most men will contentedly receive less as master than as servant, but especially the Jew, ... The Jew craves the position of a sweating master, because that is the lowest step in a ladder, which may lead to a life of magnificence, supported out of usury, end quote. The direct link Hobson makes here between, quote, sweating mastery, end quote, and, quote, usury is particularly telling. Whether in the squalor of the East End or the splendor of the financial houses, the Jew is irredeemably cast in the role of the unproductive, quote, parasite living off the labor of others. Here again, Jews as a collective are ascribed innate characteristics which makes them prone to the sectionalism and self-interested activity that Hobson made it his life work to oppose. New section. The, quote, rich Jew, end quote. Long before his trip to South Africa, Hobson's attitude to, quote, rich Jews mirrored that towards poor migrants. In one article, he referred to the anti-Semitic liberal journalist Arnold White's idea that Jews might be, quote, weaned away from finance and, quote, restored by being brought, quote, back into contact with the land, end quote, through agricultural activity. Wikipedia says Arnold White lived from 1848 to 1925, was an English journalist and anti-Semitic campaigner against immigration. Hobson rejected White's thesis, arguing that the, quote, nature and intellectual character of the Jew everywhere makes him averse to manual labor, end quote. Hobson rejected White's thesis, arguing that, quote, the nature and intellectual character of the Jew everywhere makes the Jew averse to manual labor, end quote. Hobson. This supposed inherent aversion to manual and, quote, productive labor provided the connection between the poor Jew who set up as a, quote, sweating master, end quote, in the East End, and the financial plutocrat who, quote, had gravitated to that least productive form of trade from the public point of view, money lending, end quote. In 1892, Hobson had warned that the British press was falling into the hands of this, quote, active financial race, end quote. And he raised concerns about the leader of the Liberal Party, Lord Rosebery, meeting certain leading, quote, financial Jews, end quote, at the races. Wikipedia says Archibald Primrose, 5th Earl of Rosebery, lived from 1847 to 1929. Philip Primrose, Archibald Primrose was a British Liberal Party politician who served as Prime Minister of the United Kingdom from March 1894 to June 1895. Between the death of his father in 1851 and the death of his grandson, the 4th Earl of Rosebery, in 1868, he was known by the courtesy title of Lord Dalmeny. Rosebery first came to national attention in 1879 by sponsoring the successful Midlothian campaign of William Ewart Gladstone. Rosebery's most successful performance in office came as chairman of the London County Council in 1889. Lord Rosebery entered the cabinet in 1885 and served twice as foreign minister, paying special attention to French and German affairs. Lord Rosebery succeeded Gladstone as prime minister and leader of the Liberal Party in 1894. The Liberals lost the 1895 election. He resigned the party leadership in 1896 and never again held political office. Lord Rosebery was widely known as a brilliant orator, an outstanding sportsman and marksman, a writer and historian, connoisseur and collector. All of these activities attracted Rosebery more than politics, which grew boring and unattractive. Furthermore, Rosebery drifted to the right of the Liberal Party and became a bitter critic of the Liberal Party's policies. Winston Churchill, observing that he never adapted to democratic electoral competition, quipped, quote, "He would not stoop, he did not conquer," end quote. Churchill. Lord Rosebery was a liberal imperialist who favored strong national defense and imperialism abroad and social reform at home, while being solidly anti-socialist. Historians judge Lord Rosebery as a failure as foreign minister and as prime minister. Back to the text. Hobson's later writing on the war sought to provide concrete evidence of what he had long suspected about the nefarious influence of Jews on British policy. The first chapter of The War on South Africa carried the title, quote, "For whom are we fighting?" end quote. The answer was the, quote, "rich and ably organized syndicate," end quote, of Jewish interests in the Transvaal. This supposed communal interest not only grew, quote, "out of Jewish exploitation of the gold fields," end quote, but also the Jews' control of dynamite companies, the stock exchange, loans and mortgages, alcohol trade, and the press, with all conflicts of interest between these various fields brushed aside. John Allett suggests that for Hobson, there was thus capitalism and then a distinct, quote, "Jewish capitalism," end quote. Not seeing anything right away for John Allett. Carrying on. The same is true for imperialism itself. A Jewish material had to form the noble, if misguided, aims of British colonial expansion, using international connections to whip up support for a war against the national interest. In one extraordinary section of his essay, quote, "Capitalism and Imperialism in South Africa," Hobson warned of Jewish financiers leaving, quote, "economic fangs in the carcass of their prey," end quote, and forcing British foreign policy to dance to their, quote, "diabolical tune," end quote. Hobson, quoted in Allett, 1987. This kind of anti-Jewish, anti-war rhetoric was by no means limited to Hobson alone, but was central to much of the anti-war movement as a whole. Figures such as leftist William Morris and Eleanor Marx, as well as liberal leader Henry Campbell Bannerman, sought to counter anti-Semitism within their movement. Within their movements, plural. Who is this Henry Campbell Bannerman? Don't know that name. Wikipedia says Sir Henry Campbell Bannerman was a British statesman and Liberal Party politician who was Prime Minister of the United Kingdom from 1905 to 1908 and leader of the Liberal Party from 1899 to 1908. Henry Campbell Bannerman
also was Secretary of State of War twice, in the cabinets of Gladstone and Rosebery. Henry Campbell Bannerman was the first Lord of the Treasury to be officially called the quote, Prime Minister, the term only coming into official usage 5 days after he took office. He remains the only person to date to hold the position of Prime Minister and the Father of the House at the same time, and the last Liberal leader to gain a UK parliamentary majority. Known colloquially as Henry Campbell Bannerman, Campbell Bannerman firmly believed in free trade, Irish Home Rule, and the improvement of social conditions, including reduced working hours. A.J. Morris, in the Oxford Dictionary of National Biography, called him, quote, Britain's first and only radical prime minister, end quote. Following a general election defeat in 1900, Henry Campbell Bannerman went on to lead the Liberal Party to a landslide victory over the Conservative Party at the 1906 general election, the last election in which the Liberals gained an overall majority in the House of Commons. The government he subsequently led passed legislation to ensure trade unions could not be liable for damages incurred during strike action, introduced free school meals for all children, and empowered local authorities to purchase agricultural land from private landlords. Campbell Bannerman resigned as Prime Minister in April 1908 due to ill health, and he was replaced by his Chancellor H. Asquith. He died 19 days later, the only Prime Minister to die in the official residence, 10 Downing Street. Back to the text. Figures such as leftist William Morris, Eleanor Marx, as well as Liberal leader Henry Campbell Bannerman sought to counter anti-Semitism within their movements. Claire Hirschfield. I don't see any description for this person on the internet. Claire Hirschfield argued that by 1901, opposition to the war, quote, had largely lost its anti-Semitic edge, end quote, but suggests that the, quote, anti-Semitic echoes refused to die entirely was probably due to bracket Hobson's, end bracket, enduring influence, end quote, due to the, quote, impressive theoretical framework, end quote, of Hobson's analysis, reinforced by Hobson's personal observations on the ground in South Africa. Those who seek to defend Hobson from the charge of anti-Semitism argue that the anti-Semitic character of these, quote, personal observations, end quote, was the consequence of rushed on-the-ground reportage and not a true reflection of Hobson's theoretical stance. See Allett, 1981. Indeed, by the time of Imperialism, explicit reference to Jews and conspiratorial Jewish influence had been substantially pared down, and the underconsumption thesis given greater prominence. However, even here, Hobson continued to highlight that the great financial houses were controlled, quote, chiefly by men of a single and peculiar race, who have behind them many centuries of financial experience. They're in a unique position to manipulate the policy of nations, end quote. For some, such as Hannah Arendt, Hobson's depiction of Jewish financial power in South Africa was based on an unfortunate but nevertheless empirically grounded observation of fact. Describing Hobson as a, quote, sober and reliable, end quote, historian, even after directly quoting his description of ravenous, befanged Jewish financiers. Arendt argues that, quote, Jewish international financiers, end quote, were, quote, especially suited for bracket the, end bracket, essentially international business operations, end quote, entailed by the, quote, new imperialism, end quote. The few direct mentions of Jews in Imperialism, compared with earlier works, were because, quote, it had become obvious, end quote, by the time of Imperialism that Jewish, quote, influence and role, bracket, within imperialism, end bracket,
had been temporary and somewhat superficial, end quote. Hobson's apparent anti-Semitism was thus merely the consequence of the limitations of the empirical information available at the time. Once that information changed, so did Hobson's theory. But as Hirschfeld points out, in empirical terms, Hobson and others who focused on the Jewish influence in South Africa, quote, disregarded ... the fact that many of the, quote, Jewish magnates maintained only the most marginal ties with their ancestral faith, that they pursued economic or class interests rather than communal interests, and that they were frequently at odds with each other, end quote. The majority of Jews in South Africa opposed the war altogether. Moreover, Hobson's private letters from the time were even more forthright about Jews than his newspaper articles, talking of a, quote, strong strain of Jewish craft, end quote, in the region, and describing Jews in Johannesburg as, quote, the veriest scum of Europe, end quote. Hobson. Such an emotional response does not sit easy with claims of disinterested empirical observation. Indeed, it seems just as likely for Hobson's, quote, sentiment preceded theory, end quote. Already minded to blame the situation in South Africa on Jewish financiers before his arrival in the country, his, quote, empirical observations were viewed through a prism shaded by anti-Jewish prejudice from the outset. And while the more structural theory of, quote, and while the more structural theory of imperialism removed most, though not all, of the direct references to Jews, the premises of that argument, the insistence that international, cosmopolitan finance was the driving force of imperialism, undermined the national interest by manipulation of public opinion, diverting resources from the social reforms that were so desperately needed at home, carried in its structure traces of the anti-Semitic, quote, sentiment that had stimulated his initial writings on the subject. These traces, inherent in the structure of the general political-economic argument, provided a foothold for the remaining relatively small number of explicitly anti-Semitic statements. More generally, they also allow, in different contexts, the Hobsonite New Liberal theory of imperialism as such to be reconverted into more overtly anti-Semitic ideology. While Hobson would never write so explicitly about Jews again, in 1918, just after the Balfour Declaration promising a, quote, Jewish homeland in the British Mandate of Palestine, Hobson published a pseudonymous collection of satirical writings under the name, quote, Lucian, entitled 1920 Dips into the Near Future. Let's see if there's anything. I want to look some of these things up. Um, 1920, this is from Amazon. 1920 Dips into the Near Future is a 1917 work by English economist John Atkinson Hobson. It contains a number of satirical writings that predict what life in the world will be like in 1920, just 3 years after the first publication of this book. In these short satirical pieces, Hobson attempts to point out some of the hypocrisies of the, quote, never-ending, end quote, attitude, which betrayed, quote, every cause of liberty at home in a war of liberty, end quote, and claimed to, quote, end a war by refusing every opportunity of making peace, end quote. Contents include the Age Service Act, reprisals, the Laboratory of War Truth, DORA, the Military Service Females Act, war bondage, war aims, the New Jerusalem. John Atkinson Hobson, who lived from 1858 to 1940, was an English social scientist and economist, most famous for his work on imperialism, which notably had an influence on Vladimir Lenin, as well as his theory of underconsumption. His early work also questioned the classical theory of rent and predicted the neoclassical, quote, marginal productivity theory of distribution. Many vintage books, it's just like a description of the product after that. No. Just a real quick rundown of. Never mind. In 1920, dips into the near future. Hobson wrote of the prospective return of the, quote, chosen people to the city of their choice, unquote, after which they would, quote, renounce their their sojourn to the house of bondage so long and so unwillingly endured, end quote. Hobson joked that the Jews would not, in fact, quote, leave their bonds behind, end quote, but would rather, quote, lay them formally upon a temporary altar erected in the vestibule of the temple afterwards, to be transferred to the vaults. One of the most interesting groups in the procession consists of representatives of the Transvaal companies, who will do solemn rites transfers, who with due solemn rites transfer the soul of the Rand, its share certificates, from Johannesburg to the New Jerusalem, thus completing the spiritual symbolism of the Golden City. End quote. Hobson. There's a footnote that I missed. It says Staudenmeier, 2012, provides a comprehensive critique of Arendt's reliance on anti-Semitic readings of history and statistics. End footnote. The connection that Hobson makes here between international finance, the imperialism of the Transvaal, and the establishment of a Jewish state, signified by the transfer of bonds and share certificates from the Rand to Jerusalem, prefigures in an interesting way the contemporary left's conceptualization of Israel as a, quote, imperialist state, and the new modes of anti-Semitism that have emerged in the wake of Israel's existence, focused on Israel's supposed power over world affairs. Conclusion. Anti-Semitism as a marker of the nationalist stance against the wrong kind of capitalism. Hobson's anti-Semitism was emblematic of a broader tendency towards anti-Semitic critiques of capitalism across the liberal left during this period. Where Hobson was exceptional was in his ability to integrate anti-Semitism within a far more theoretically robust explanation of capitalist crisis and imperialist expansion. While there was a tension between his underconsumptionist theory of imperialism and his conspiratorial focus on Jews, the former neither required nor necessitated the latter. This does not amount to a contradiction. It seems clear that Hobson had cultivated a personal streak of anti-Semitism, which waxed and waned but never entirely disappeared, based on racialized descriptions of Jewish greed, self-interest, and tribalism. Hobson's economic analyses, both domestic and geopolitical, were colored from this animosity toward the Jews from the outset, but they did not logically derive from them. Yet it is equally clear that those analyses, which regard capitalist appropriation of surplus value as a moral failing rather than the basis of the mode of production, and seek to divorce the nation-state from global processes of capital accumulation, were perfectly compatible with its anti-Semitic predilections. Hobson's worldview represented a departure from the liberal orthodoxy of the time, one justified given the huge disparities of wealth produced by the first century of industrial capitalism. Yet for all its complexity and solid empirical basis, Hobson singularly failed to grasp that the, quote, distinction between the system of nation-states and the capitalist world system is merely a distinction within a dynamic totality. That is, a totality whose different constituents are mutually constitutive and obey the same dynamic force that governs everything within the constellation. End quote. Stoetzeler, 2019. This misrecognition of the mutually constitutive relation of the nation and global capitalist relations, and its dichotomous opposition of material production and parasitical unproductive finance, which does not grasp how the two are inextricably entwined, is one that has been endlessly replicated within left liberal political movements over the past century, no more than within parts of the British Labour Party itself. And while such a perspective does not necessitate anti-Semitism, nor is it limited to the left, it nevertheless dovetails neatly with classical anti-Semitic conspiracy theories of an exploitative international Jewish network pulling the strings of global affairs in order to disintegrate national communities. The, quote, truncated critique, end quote, embodied and popularized by Hobson's analysis of, quote, industrial society, not only left it open to anti-Semitic interpretations, an opportunity which Hobson himself took, but also provides some insight into why a figure like Corbyn, whose opposition to capitalism is essentially liberal, remaining at the level of moral condemnation of capitalism's symptoms, rather than a theoretically sustained critique of capitalism's essential dynamics, has been so susceptible to anti-Semitic positions, particularly in relation to the questions of war, imperialism, and Israel. Studying the relation between anti-Semitism and foreshortened critiques of capitalism that can be discerned in Hobson's work, and from which the broader liberal left was and is by no means inoculated, thus provides a clearer picture of the deep-rooted ideological underpinnings of anti-Semitism on the left today. Okay, the end. Give me 1 second. I am going to look at the references here. Some people find that annoying. I find it helpful just so I can kind of, what are the sources? Of some of these ideas, I don't understanding a topic, you kind of have to understand the people who have commented on the topic. So give me a second. I wanted to copy down. All right. Okay, so references. The first is J. Allet, New Liberalism, The Political Economy of J. A. Hobson. The description for this book says, John A. Hobson was a prominent member of a small band of British radicals who argued around the turn of the century that the consistent application of liberal ideas required the reorganization of capitalist societies along socialist lines. Allet here suggests that their march towards socialism was marked by a caution not overtly to damage the liberal heritage of their forefathers, and yet to provide a philosophical foundation for the creation of the welfare state justified on the basis of right and efficiency. The author emphasizes Hobson's doctrine of imperialism and the related theory of underconsumption for which Hobson is best known, while arguing that the lesser known of Hobson's doctrines which the author describes as the, quote, organic theory of surplus value, end quote, is essential to a full appreciation of the coherence of Hobson's thought. Alet compares the analyses of Hobson, Adam Smith, J.S. Smith, the Webbs, T.H. Green, Bosanquet, Marx, Lenin, Keynes, and Hobson's comrade in arms, L.T. Hobhouse, and puts in perspective the dismissive critiques of those contemporary scholars who claimed that Hobson's work is value-laden, simplistic, and contradictory. The study presents an integral analysis of the lifetimes and thought of a profound and original thinker whose legacy to social democratic thought has yet to be fully appreciated. Okay, that's the first book. That book was from John Alet, and that's from 1981. There's an article from John Alet from 1987 titled New Liberalism, Old Prejudices, J.A. Hobson and the, quote, Jewish Question, published in Jewish Social Studies. Hannah Arendt, The Origins of Totalitarianism, originally from 1948. Daniel, I think it says D. Bell, I'm assuming that's Daniel Bell, maybe I'm wrong. Democracy and Empire, J.A. Hobson, Leonard Hobhouse, and the Crisis of Imperialism, in I. Hall and L. Hill's edited volume, British International Thinkers from Hobbes to Namier, published in, 2009. Let's check that book out. The description for this book says, this book will be the first to examine the variety of British international thought, its continuities and innovations. The editors combine new essays on familiar thinkers such as Thomas Hobbes and John Locke with important but neglected writers and publicists such as Travers Twiss, James Bryce, and Lowes Dickinson. Back to the text. W. Beveridge, 1942, Social Insurance and Allied Services. That's the Beveridge Report. Wikipedia says the Beveridge Report, officially entitled Social Insurance and Allied Services, is a government report published in November 1942, influential in the founding of the welfare state in the United Kingdom. It was drafted by the liberal economist William Beveridge and with research and publicity by his future wife, mathematician Janet Phillip, who proposed widespread reforms to the system of social welfare to address what he identified as, quote, 5 giants on the road of reconstruction, end quote, bracket citation needed, quote, want, disease, ignorance, squalor, and idleness, end quote, bracket citation needed, end bracket. Published in the midst of World War II, the report promised rewards for everyone's sacrifices. Overwhelmingly popular with the public, the Beveridge Report formed the basis of the post-war reforms known as the welfare state, which included the expansion of national insurance and the creation of the National Health Service. So that's the Beveridge Report. Next we have Tony Blair, New Britain, My Vision of a Young Country. This book says, New Britain presents Tony Blair on all the major debates of British public life, from nationalized health care to crime prevention, from the welfare state to monetary policy, from religion to family values, from individualism to isolationism, from taxation to trade unions, from NATO to Northern Ireland, from community rebirth to economic growth. After 17 years of Conservative Party rule under Margaret Thatcher and John Major, a change in Great Britain's leadership appears imminent. In Blair's stakeholder nation, government works in partnership with private and voluntary sectors to harness the power of the market to serve the public interest. In New Britain, My Vision of a Young Country, we read in Blair's own articulate words how to improve the standard of living of all Britain's families, how to base a new social order on merit,
Commitment and Inclusion, How to Decentralize British Institutions of Political Power, and How to Expand Britain's Leadership in Foreign Affairs. So that's Tony Blair, New Britain, My Vision of a Young Country. Next we have P.J. Cain, Hobson and Imperialism, Radicalism, New Liberalism and Finance, 1987 to 1983. The abstract for this piece says, the year 2002 saw the centenary of J.A. Hobson's Critique of British Imperial Expansion, Imperialism, a Study. This book marked the occasion by evaluating Hobson's writings on imperialism from his days as a journalist in London to his death in 1940. The early chapter chart Hobson's progress from complacent imperialist in the 1880s to radical critic of empire by 1898. This is followed by an account of the origins of imperialism and the book Imperialism, and a close analysis of the text in the context of contemporary debates. 2 chapters cover Hobson's later writings, showing their richness and variety, and analyzing his decision to republish Imperialism in 1938. The book discusses the reception of imperialism and imperialism's emergence as a, quote, classic by the late 1930s, and ends with a detailed discussion of the relevance of arguments of imperialism to present-day historians. Back to the text. That was P.J. Cain, Hobson and Imperialism, Radicalism, New Liberalism, and Finance, 1887 to 1938. The next is a book by Clark, titled Liberals and Social Democrats. The description for this book says, this ambitious and wide-ranging book is about the relationship between liberalism and socialism in Britain in the late 19th and 20th centuries. It focuses largely on a group of intellectuals whose names are familiar but whose work has been neglected or misunderstood. Graham Wallas is the forgotten man of early Fabianism. L.T. Hobhouse has misleadingly been typecast as the last major exponent of a dying liberal tradition. J.A. Hobson's reputation has been obscured by repeated claims that he was a precursor either of the Leninist theory of imperialism or of the Keynesian revolution in economics. The historical work of J.L. and Barbara Hammond has suffered similar revenges from the whirligig of time. I don't know. There are other liberals or socialists, notably Gilbert Murray, Bernard Shaw, Sidney and Beatrice Webb, R.H. Towney, and J.M. Keynes, who received considerable attention. In the later chapters, the economic approaches of Hobson and Keynes are disentangled and put in their proper historical setting. So that was Peter Clark, Liberals and Social Democrats, 1978. Next we have S. Collini, Liberalism and Sociology, L.T. Hobhouse and Political Argument in England, 1880 to 1914. The description for this book says, in this wide-ranging book, Stefan Collini deals with the relationship between liberalism and sociology in late 19th and early 20th century Britain. He discusses in particular the crucial contributions of L.T. Hobhouse, the leading liberal political theorist of the period, who is also generally regarded as the, quote, founding father of British sociology. Based upon extensive original research, the book draws together themes from three fields which are nominally pursued in historiographical isolation. It examines the moral and intellectual inspiration of the new liberalism which came to dominate Edwardian politics, explores the nature of the systematic political philosophy in this period, and shows how the contemporary understanding of sociology was bound up with attempts to provide a theoretical and historical grounding for the belief in progress, especially in opposition to social Darwinist and other biological social theories. Throughout the intellectual context necessary to a properly historical understanding of these ideas is constructed in detail, and particular attention is paid to the structure of the moral and political discourse of the time. So that was Stefan Collini, Liberalism and Sociology, L.T. Hobhouse, and Political Argument in England, 1880 to 1914. Next, we have Crossland, The Future of Socialism. I think I already looked that up. We have an article by J. Krudos titled Our Labor, published in R. Grayson and J. Rutherford's edited volume After the Crash. Not really seeing any description for that. Let me try again. I'll look up that. Yeah, I'm not really seeing a description for that book. Then we have H.V. Emmy, Liberals, Radicals, and Social Politics, 1812 to 1894. It looks like I'm only seeing I'm not seeing a description for this book. Feldman, Englishmen and Jews, published in 1994. The description for Englishmen and Jews, Social Relations and Political Culture, 1840 to 1914, by David Feldman, says, to what extent did English society of the late 19th century accept or reject its Jewish minority? How did the Jews' religious, communal, and political identities develop in the context of English life? What was the impact of Jewish emigration from Eastern Europe to England? How did these immigrants fare within the English economy? This book presents an important new perspective on Jews in England and English attitudes toward Jews during the 19th and early 20th centuries. It investigates the history of Jewish integration more rigorously than any previous study and reveals that despite legal freedoms, cultural and political antipathy to Jews was far greater than has been assumed. Drawing on a wide range of source material in both English and Yiddish, David Feldman discusses arguments between Whigs and Tories over Jewish emancipation, anti-Semitic assaults on Disraeli, the turbulent political life of the Jewish East End of London, and the travails of the immigrant sweatshop workers, by exposing the fractions and divided nature of the Jewish working class community, and pointing up similarities to non-Jewish working class communities. Feldman's analysis overturns the conventional interpretation of growing homogenization of the wider working class around 1900. The book, therefore, has a threefold importance. It is a major contribution to the debate about Victorian liberalism. It adds to the discussion of class and community in pre-1914 English society.
and it goes well beyond all previous social histories of the Jewish experience in London to reveal both the limitations and achievements of Jewish integration there in the years before the First World War. Back to the text. Again, an article by David Feldman titled Jeremy Corbyn, quote, Imperialism and Labor's Anti-Semitism Problem, published it with History Workshop, June 12th, 2019. There's an article by a D.K. Fieldhouse, quote, Imperialism, a historiographical revision, published in Economic History Review, 1961. A D. Finkelstein article, Corbyn's Praise for Deeply Anti-Semitic Book, published in 2019. M. Frieden's article, 1973, J. Hobson, as a new liberal theorist, some aspects of his thought until 1914. And then we have a book by M. Frieden, The New Liberalism and Ideology of Social Reform, published in 1978. This book examines the advent of the, quote, new liberalism in late Victorian and Edwardian times, challenging accepted views about its development. The book analyzes concepts of community welfare and state regulation in political theory, and stresses the contribution of biological and evolutionary ideas to changing liberal attitudes. Back to the text. T.H. Green, Lectures on the Principles of Political Obligation and Other Writings. I think I might have looked that up already. C. Hirschfield article, 1980, The Anglo-Boer War and the Issue of Jewish Culpability, published in Journal of Contemporary History. C. Hirschfield, 1981, The British Left and the, quote, Jewish Conspiracy, A Case of Modern Antisemitism. L.T. Hobhouse, 1994, Liberalism and Other Writings. Let's look that up. The description of this book says, L.T. Hobhouse was the most sophisticated intellectual exponent of liberal social reform in the early years of the 20th century. This edition of his classic Liberalism, which includes a number of other contemporaneous writings, will be of interest to a broad range of students and scholars in politics and the history of political thought. Back to the text. And then we have a list of Hobson books. Most of these I've already looked up, so I'm not going to look them up again, but I'm going to reread the titles again. Hobson, The Problem of the Unemployed. Hobson, The Problems of Poverty from 1896. Hobson, 1900, The War in South Africa. Hobson, 1902, Imperialism, a Study. Hobson, 1906, The Evolution of Modern Capitalism. Hobson, 1909, The Crisis of Liberalism. Hobson, 1901, The Social Problem. Hobson, 1930, Wealth and Life. Hobson, 1938, Confessions of an Economic Heretic. Hobson, I guess this is published in 2013, in a book titled Writings on Distribution and Welfare. By J.A. Hobson. Hobson, Free Trade and Foreign Policy in P. Kane, Writings on Imperialism and Internationalism. C. Holmes, article 1979, J. Hobson and the Jews, published in C. Holmes, Immigrants and Minorities in British Society, 1979. The description for Immigrants and Minorities in British Society by Colin Holmes, 1978, says, this book, first published in 1978, examines the debate over immigration into Britain
and raises the important point that the existence in the country of immigrant and minority groups is nothing new. Britain has, in fact, attracted newcomers throughout most of Britain's history, and it is to remedy the deficiency of research and knowledge about these early immigration processes that the present volume has been put together. Composed of a number of essays written from different perspectives by specialists in different areas, it attempts overall to provide a tightly integrated review of the major research areas, themes, and problems involved in immigration studies. The description for Colin Holmes' Anti-Semitism in British Society, 1876 to 1939, says, "This is the first detailed study of anti-Semitism as an ideology among the British. First published in 1979, it concentrates on the crucial period between 1876 and 1939 when, against a background of Jewish immigration, war, the threat of war, and social and economic unrest, hostility towards the Jewish community reached its peak. Colin Holmes identifies the main strains of anti-Semitic thought and their expression, starting with the Eastern Crisis of 1876, which sparked off the first serious manifestation of anti-Semitism. Colin Holmes shows how before 1914, opposition towards Jews rested on religious and other perceived cultural distinctions. It was only after the First World War that a sinister and significant change of emphasis occurred. Racism now became the dominant feature of anti-Semitism and was reinforced by theories of conspiracy, the most notorious being the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. Anti-Semitism has no uniform cause or characteristic, and a single explanation cannot suffice. This book elucidates the complex range of factors involved, using both historical and sociological methods and drawing on extensive and sometimes controversial, research." So that's the description for Colin Holmes' Anti-Semitism in British Society. Back to the text. We have A. Julius, 2010, Trials of the Diaspora. The description of this book says, Trials of the Diaspora is a groundbreaking book that reveals the full history of anti-Semitism in England. Anthony Julius focuses on 4 distinct versions of English anti-Semitism. He begins with the medieval persecution of Jews, which included defamation, expropriation, and murder, and which culminated in 1290 when King Edward I expelled all the Jews from England. Turning to literary anti-Semitism, Julius shows that negative portrayals of Jews have been continuously present in English literature, from the anonymous medieval ballad, Sir Hugh, or The Jew's Daughter, through Shakespeare's Merchant of Venice, to T.S. Eliot and beyond. The book then moves to a depiction of modern anti-Semitism, a pervasive but contained prejudice of insult and exclusion that was experienced by Jews during their, quote, readmission to England in the mid-17th century through the late 20th century. The final chapters detail the contemporary anti-Semitism that emerged in the late 60s and 1970s and continues to be present today. It treats Zionism and the State of Israel as illegitimate enterprises, and in Julius's opinion now constitutes the greatest threat to Anglo-Jewish security and morale. A penetrating and original work, Trials of the Diaspora, is sure to provoke much comment and debate. Back to the text. There's a book by Kubner and H.D. Schmidt titled Imperialism, The Story and Significance of a Political Word, 1840 to 1960.
The description of Imperialism, the story and significance of a political word, 1840 to 1960, says, Professor Kubner's comprehensive study, published in 1961, of the changing concept of empire ended at the beginning of the 19th century. At his death, he collected several thousand excerpts and notes. Mr. Schmidt has compiled them and added some chapters of his own to bring the inquiry up to the beginning of the 1960s. Mr. Schmidt first carries the study of empire to the political debates of the 19th century. He describes the various meanings of imperialism, how it developed as a party slogan originally directed against Israeli, and then how towards the end of the century it began to assume an assertive, positive tone. Mr. Schmidt shows the further change of the word in the Boer Wars, World War I and World War II. This study is not simply the biography of a word, but a history of political consciousness, important to historians and political scientists alike. Back to the text. Lenin, Imperialism, the highest state of capitalism. Marx, Critique of the Gotha program, published in Fernbach, the first international and after. Moorfield, 2005, Covenants Without Swords, Idealist Liberalism in the Spirit of Empire. It's a Gene Moorfield, Covenants Without Swords, Idealist Liberalism in the Spirit of Empire. The description of this book says, Covenants Without Swords examines an enduring tension within liberal theory, that between many liberals' professed commitment to universal equality on the one hand and their historic support for the politics of hierarchy and empire on the other. It does so by examining the work of two extremely influential British liberals and internationalists, Gilbert Murray and Alfred Zimmern. Gene Moorfield mounts a forceful challenge to disciplinary boundaries by arguing that this tension, on both the domestic and international levels, is best understood as frequently arising from the same liberal reformist political aim, namely the aim of fashioning a socially conscious liberalism that ultimately reifies putatively natural pre-liberal notions of paternalistic order. Gene Moorfield also questions conventional analyses of interwar thought by resurrecting the work of Murray and Zimmern and by linking their approaches to liberal internationalism with the ossified notion of sovereignty that continues to trouble international politics to this day. Ultimately, Moorfield argues these two thinkers drift toward conservative imperialist understandings of international order. These two thinkers drift towards conservative and imperialist understandings of international order was the result of a more general difficulty faced by liberals today: how to adequately define community in liberal terms without sacrificing these liberal terms themselves. Moreover, Covenants Without Swords suggests that Murray and Zimmerman's work offers a cautionary historical example to the cadre of post-September 11th, quote, new imperialists who believe it possible to combine a liberal commitment to equality with an American empire. Back to the text. Porter, Critics of Empire, British Radical Attitudes to Colonialism in Africa, 1895 to 1914. Not seeing a description of this book. Back to the text. Moise Pistone, Time, Labor, and Social Domination. 1983, L.J. Ray, Eugenics, Mental Deficiency, and Fabian Socialism Between the Wars, published in Oxford Review of Education. Ruskin, Unto the Last, and Other Writings. The description of this book says, The most influential art theorist and critic of his age, an outstanding man of letters, a sensitive painter and draughtsman, John Ruskin's social criticism shocked and angered the established and many of his admirers. First and foremost, an outcry against injustice and inhumanity. Unto this last is also a closely argued assault on the science of political economy, which dominated the Victorian period. John Ruskin was a profoundly conservative man who looked back to the Middle Ages as a utopia. Yet Ruskin's ideas had a considerable influence on the British socialist movement, and in making his powerful moral and aesthetic case against the dangers of unhindered industrialization, he was strangely prophetic. This volume shows the outstanding range and depth of Ruskin's work, and in an illuminating introduction, the editor reveals the consistency of Ruskin's philosophy and his adamant belief that questions of economics, art, and science could not be separated from questions of morality. In Ruskin's words, quote, "There is no wealth but life." For more than 70 years, Penguin has been the leading publisher of classic literature in the English-speaking world, with more than 100. That's just the sales pitch at that point. Back to the text. Donald Sassoon, Letter to the Guardian from 2019. Jean-Baptiste Say, 1803, A Treatise on Political Economy. Wikipedia says, a treatise on political economy or the production, distribution, and consumption of wealth, known as Traité d'économie politique in French, is an industrial economics book written by Jean-Baptiste Say. The first edition of Political Economy was published in 1803, the fifth edition published in 1826, and the final one within Say's lifetime. Was the final one within Say's lifetime. The sixth edition, published in 1846, with Say's final corrections, was edited by Say's eldest son, Horace Emile Say, an economist himself. Political Economy is translated in English, quote, from the fourth edition of the French, by C.R. Prinsep, 1821, into German by Ludwig Heinrich von Jakob, 1807, and C. Ed Morstadt, 1818 and 1830, and according to Say, into Spanish by Jose Guaipo, I don't know. In 1804, due to his opposition to Napoleon Bonaparte, Jean-Baptiste Say left employment with the government in France. Jean-Baptiste Say then turned to studying industrial pursuits, specifically cotton milling in Alshi. The plant was a spinning mill with 400 to 500 employees, principally women and children. Jean-Baptiste Say spent his time revising Political Economy. The volume had gone out of print, and the French government had denied him permission to reprint it. When the Allied powers deposed the Napoleonic regime in 1814, Jean-Baptiste Say published the second edition of Political Economy. Jean-Baptiste Say dedicated it to Tsar Alexander I of Russia, who had claimed to be Say's pupil. In 1814, the new French government sent Say to Great Britain to study Great Britain's economic conditions. The results of his observation during his journey through England and Scotland appeared in a tract, De Angleterre et des Anglais. Say's research on this trip led him to refine his principles in the third edition of Political Economy, published in 1817. Between 1828 and 1830, Say published his Cours complète d'économie politique pratique, which was an expansion of political economy to practical applications. That description really didn't tell me much about the book. Back to the text. Carl Schmitt, 1950, The Nomos of the Earth in the International Law of Jus Publicum, or Publicum.
It says the description for nomos of the earth and the international law of just publicum Europeum says the Nomos of the Earth is Schmidt's most historical and geopolitical book. Nomos of the Earth describes the origin of the Eurocentric global order, which Schmidt states from the discovery of the New World, discusses its specific character and its contribution to civilization, analyzes the reasons for its decline at the end of the 19th century, and concludes with prospects for a new world order, is a reasoned yet passionate argument in defense of the European achievement, not only in creating the first truly global order of international law, but also in limiting war to conflicts among sovereign states, which in effect civilized war. In Schmidt's view, the European sovereign state was the greatest achievement of Occidental rationalism. In becoming the principal agency of secularization, the European state created the modern age. Since the problematic of a new nomos of the earth has become still more critical with the onset of the postmodern age and postmodern war, Schmidt's text is even more timely and challenging. Remarkable in Schmidt's discussion of the European epoch of world history is the role played by the New World, which ultimately replaced the Old World as the center of the earth and became the arbiter in European and world politics. According to Schmidt, the United States' internal conflicts between economic presence and political absence, between isolationism and interventionism, are global problems, which today continue to hamper the creation of a new world order. But however critical Schmidt is of American actions at the turn of the 20th century and after World War I, Schmidt considered the United States to be the only political entity capable of resolving the crisis of global order. And that was for Carl Schmitt's The Nomos of the Earth and the International Law of Jus Publicum Europeum. Next we have a piece by B. Zemmel titled Imperialism and Social Reform, English Social Imperial Thought, 1895 to 1914. Imperialism and Social Reform, English Social Imperial Thought, 1895 to 1914, by Bernard Semmel, says, Imperialism and Social Reform, originally published in 1960, examines British social imperialism and the development of social imperial thought, the promotion of a, quote, people's imperialism, with the support of the working classes for the imperialist system. It looks at the social and economic background and analyzes the various forms of social imperial thought, including the rigorous stand of imperial socialists who asserted that the welfare of the working classes depended upon imperial strength. Back to the text, George Bernard Shaw, lecture to the Eugenics Education Society, P. Staudenmeier, Hannah Arendt's analysis of anti-Semitism in the origin of totalitarianism, a critical appraisal, published in Patterns of Prejudice. It says, the abstract says, Hannah Arendt's seminal work, The Origins of Totalitarianism, begins with an extended study of the history of anti-Semitism. Many of Arendt's arguments in this groundbreaking text have been challenged by other scholars. Examining the chief contour of Arendt's account of the rise of modern anti-Semitism, Staudenmeier offers detailed reasons for approaching her conclusions skeptically while appreciating the book's other virtues. Arendt's repeated reliance on anti-Semitic sources, her inconsistent analysis of assimilation, Arendt's overstated distinction between social and political dimensions of anti-Jewish sentiment, and Arendt's emphasis on partial Jewish responsibility for anti-Semitism indicate fundamental problems with their interpretation of the historical record. A thorough critical appraisal of Arendt's argument offers an opportunity for both her admirers and her detractors to come to terms correctly with the contradictory aspects of her historical legacy.
And the reason I wanted to look up that bit is because Peter Staudenmayer is associated with social ecology. He's written some very interesting things. Then we have Marcel Stoetzeler, 2019, Capitalism, the Nation, and Societal Corrosion, Notes on, quote, left-wing anti-Semitism. Do I have this on the channel? I don't think I do. Looks interesting, though. SVRD, 2017, Socialist Anti-Semitism and Its Discontents in England, 1884 to 1898, Patterns of Prejudice, 2017, and finally, D. Weinstein, Utilitarianism and the New Liberalism, published in 2007. Want to look at this description. In this study, David Weinstein argues that the 19th century English New Liberalism was considerably more indebted to classical English utilitarianism than the received view holds. T.H. Green, L.T. Hobhouse, D.G. Ritchie, and J.A. Hobson were liberal consequentialists who followed John Stuart Mill in trying to accommodate robust liberal moral rights with the normative goal of promoting self-realization. Through careful interpretation of each, Weinstein shows how these theorists brought together themes from idealism, perfectionism, and especially utilitarianism to create the new liberalism. Like Mill, they were committed to liberalizing consequentialism and systematizing liberalism. Because they were no less consequentialist than they were liberals, they constitute a great undervalued resource, Mill notwithstanding, for contemporary moral philosophers who remain dedicated to defending a coherent form of liberal consequentialism. The new liberals had already traveled much of the philosophical ground that contemporary liberal consequentialists are unknowingly traveling. Back to the text, and that's the last reference. So I thank you for listening to this video. I thank you for allowing me to look up some of these books. I hope it wasn't too tedious. I'm sure it was very tedious, but still, thank you for bearing with me. I'll hopefully be reading more of Matthew Bolton's work in the future.